Hello and welcome to Hygge Gaming and Bergagårdhof III. This is a very special event that we've been waiting for a long time, and we're proud to present this to you now. It's a new thing for us all. We said it's sort of like learning to ride the bicycle on the Tour de France, but we'll see how it goes. My name is Petter, also known as PD, Pistol Pete, Pete Complete, or whatever you want to call me. Yeah. And this is my friend here.
Yes, my name is Victor, also known as only Victor, I think. I have had funny names when I have been playing, but now when I'm a caster, I will just stick to that, I think.
Yes, we're serious people now.
Yes, indeed we are, and I'm also looking forward to this event, and it will be very exciting because this is the first time we've had this production quality, this fantastic studio with technicians, and we have Paradox here, and it's looking to be a very interesting game here. But who are we? Not we specifically, but the Hygge HOI community.
Yeah, the Hygge HOI community. We've been playing Hearts of Iron 4 since it was released in 2016, and normally our games are online. We've had quite a few games now. We usually play sort of once a month, or a bit less maybe. This is our third physical event, and so the setup is as follows. We have 37 players playing the different countries. All of them are here in person. And when I say here, we are split between two houses in the south of Sweden. So we have the allies sitting in one house. We also have the studio in the same house, but they can't hear us, don't worry. And we have the Axis in a different house. And we will be following the Second World War and the other little tinier wars before that. And we will stream from now when the game starts until one side surrenders, basically, this evening. So you will be stuck with us for quite some time.
Yeah, and we will have entertainment for you going all of that time. We have fun intermissions. We will have player interviews. We have placed a camera in the Axis house as well, so you can follow the drama there. And we will be playing with a mod called Hygge HOI, which is a version of, or a modification rather, of Your Finest Bra.
A mod of a mod.
A mod of a mod. Mod squared. Yeah. And it will be historical, so we have a certain rule set and certain historical things that need to happen. So you will not see a democratic Germany or what other things can happen. We will not have a war over the Rhineland and so on. But
exactly.
Then again, things will still happen. They always do.
Yeah. And we have quite creative players who have been preparing for this game for quite some time. And we have special insight into their different strategies. So we will go through them and you can see their plans and how they turn out later. We also know that our viewership is quite mixed. We have some people who have never even seen the game before and some people who are quite experienced, much more experienced than us two. So if you have any questions, just write in the Twitch chat and we will try to pick up on them. Also, if you have any corrections, we are humble people.
Indeed, we are. And also, we will be having a lot of different interviews, as we said. We will also be interviewing Paradox at some point.
Yeah.
This is looking to be a very good game. We have prepared here with coffee. We have the snooze.
The snooze is very important as the Swedish casters.
Yes, indeed it is.
We'll take one right now.
Yeah, I just took one actually, so I will.
Great.
I can't do that for this, but you will see me take a snooze later.
Excellent. So as we speak, the players are gathering in the lobby. I think it looks like one player is missing. I think if I get the math
we
right.
have but we have 38 here. But
we have 38, but it's two of us as well.
Right.
So
that's one less.
Should be 39.
Yeah, so I am looking at the lobby here right now. We have some funny nicknames, but we will wait with presenting those until we get the lobby feed here. But we are, as of now, missing one player, and we are looking to start around 10 or something like that.
This is the plan. But if you have an experience with Hearts of Iron, you know that a big part of Hearts of Iron is looking at the lobby screen and waiting for players, hot joining players, disconnected players, etc.
But we can go through the lobby now. Transition us again.
So
Yeah.
we can hear in the background in the other room, we can hear the Soviet leading player trying to whip his team into shape.
Yeah.
Telling everybody to get into the lobby.
The entire stream will be recorded and posted to our YouTube channel, Hygge Hoi, by the way. So please follow us there and subscribe. We will do different cuts. We will have guide videos with the player we just heard screaming there, by the way. He had good guides on convoy raiding and everything. So, yeah, we will keep developing our YouTube channel. And this is just the beginning for Hygge Hoi.
Yeah.
So here we see our different players. On Germany, we have the best leader ever, Rosen, the Desert Fox, Jäger Panzer Schnitzel, and Nicky the nickname.
Yeah. And we'll give you a more in-depth look into who these players are later on. We have their profiles and their statistics and so on.
Yeah. And we have Feedback Gaming in the chat. Welcome.
Welcome to the chat.
And we have Badger Bed on the UK. And we have 4 players on Soviet Union. We usually don't have that, but we have seen earlier games that when we have too many players, the Soviets tend to get out-microed, so to speak, when we have like all the different Axis miners in the Balkans and stuff. So now we have 4 players on Soviet, and that is the real Boppus, Comrade Davai, Comrade Trotsky, and Ivan Meatneck.
Excellent. That's the thing we will go into in more depth later, but it's a thing that usually happens, that the Soviet players get overwhelmed. But now with 4 players as well as 1 on Mongolia, maybe they're more evenly matched in the micro arena.
Yeah, I think so. It will be a very exciting Eastern Front. We talked about it in our earlier analysis a bit as well, and the war is usually decided on the Eastern Front, I would say, and this is looking up to be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
And at France, we have General du Chien.
Yeah, hopefully nothing offensive.
No, I don't think so. I studied French in high school.
It's not chien like a dog. It's something else.
No, but it's the roof over it. It's like cotiron. You know where you have.
Yeah.
It's the.
But what does it mean?
Chien. I have no idea.
But your pronunciation is excellent.
Yeah. Or I don't know. Perhaps we have French people in chat. Well.
Yeah, we should warn straight away that there will be some crude language, especially if we listen in on the different discords. When feelings get heated, so does the language usually. There will also be alcohol consumption. We have two different kinds of draft beers in the different houses, which are faction specific. So we're drinking Allied beer. We
have one American keg, and we have one British keg.
Exactly.
And the Axis house has one German keg and one Japanese keg, I think. So those will be enjoyed throughout the game. And we also have Gus here on the Netherlands, and the Winged Hussars on Poland. I wonder if they will hold.
I guess we'll find out.
Friendly Franco.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Republican Spain.
Yeah, but we'll see how that sticks. If it remains a republic.
That's one of the things that can happen, though. Like, to be quite frank with you, Poland will not hold, but we have had games where the Republicans have won the Spanish Civil War.
Yes, but I think now we have a rule against that. So if Spain were to lose, then there's a mechanic for it. So they won't stop playing. We can go through our rules. Maybe we should go through our rules a bit quickly.
I'll do the rest of the names.
There are some.
Oh, no, we started. No more names for you.
Oh, we're starting the game. Okay. We're starting the game. Excellent.
Yeah, we have T o'clock in the chat. Don't mention the Spanish Civil War, he says.
Yeah, he's got some post-traumatic stress.
Yeah, he was the first one that lost it.
Yeah, it's quite a historic moment.
Yeah, it was a historic moment.
Yeah. I've heard T o'clock is working on an important budget today, so he couldn't join us for the game, but he's with us in spirit and on the Twitch chat, apparently.
He will gain redemption at some point for that loss, I am sure.
All right. We are in the game.
Yes. So here we are. Now I need to familiarize myself with the observer controls. But here we have the German Reich, and we have France here, and the UK.
Yeah, there's not too much to say straight away, I guess, about how they're playing.
Yeah, we will see. This is a bit of a preparation now. As experienced HOI players know, it's paused in the beginning, and then everyone prepares their stuff. They build their factories, choose their focuses, reorganize the army and stuff like that. And then we unpause. And as you can see, it starts here at the 1st of January 1936, and it will continue all the way until the end of the war. So hopefully we will be able to keep you entertained until then. And we have the big, the fronts, of course. We have the first thing that will happen is the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
And then at some point we will have the Marco Polo Bridge incident and the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War. And
then I guess the Finnish Winter War is the next step.
Yeah,
the next thing before the big war kicks off. Anyways, we have some special rules in our community. Usually they show up for a reason, because unbalancing things and so on. We have some new rules this game regarding the fleets. We'll get into that more in depth later, but nobody has played with these rules before, so it's very uncharted territory, and we'll probably see some very innovative strategies when it comes to the navies. Anyways, you're not allowed to, in your templates, mix mobile battalions with infantry battalions, so you can't make the super space marine divisions where you have heavy tanks giving hardness to your infantry and so on. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to have more artillery battalions than you have infantry battalions, so you can't make super glass cannon soft attack divisions. You can't send expeditionary forces using that has special forces or tanks, mobile units. Let's see if we have anything else. We have a bunch of small rules.
Yeah, we have the one with the pure submarine fleets cannot be set to always engage.
Yeah.
I had to come clean about that I actually broke that rule once when I played as the Netherlands, and I had a submarine fleet that was set to always engage.
It was a hero submarine.
Yeah, the thing is that I had always engaged in the English Channel, so they all got sunk. So I just had one, but it wasn't always engaged the whole game. So sorry.
We also have Scrooge in the Twitch chat joining us. He's been looking forward to this. Good to know. So have we. Right, before you can only declare war through focuses, so you can't just start justifying and invade anyone who you want. So before August 39, when the Second World War starts, there are only 3 wars happening: Ethiopia, Spanish Civil War, and the Sino-Japanese War. I guess the Finnish Winter War should be on that list as well. That's a mistake. Yeah, true. Never mind. Players are not allowed to lend lease to France, the Netherlands, Poland, or Greece before they capitulate. That's a special thing in our mod as well. We've made Greece playable, so we have a Greek player with the same kind of mechanics that Poland and the Netherlands have. So after they surrender, they get some off-map factories, and they're a viable nation. You're not allowed to exp farm in AI wars, so you can't have the Ethiopian war drawn out in all infinity, for example. We also have some rules regarding what focuses you must go. Germany must take the Rhineland after 10th focus at the latest, so you know the war will kick off in 39 sometime. Spain may not join the war until January 1st, 41. There are some country-specific rules, a lot of rules here.
Yeah, also you can't, in the Finnish, in the Winter War, the Soviet Union cannot do naval invasions.
Yeah.
That's an important thing because that means that the Finns get a bit of an advantage there because they do not need to garrison their ports.
Yeah.
So they are at less risk of completely dying.
Yeah.
They usually lose the Finnish or the Winter War, but we have had wins there.
Yeah, I think
as well.
The last couple of times Finland has done well. I think the last time they even took Leningrad. But
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but this time I know for a fact that the Soviet strategy is to focus very, very intently on Finland. So they will have all 4 Soviet players and the Mongolian player all focusing on that poor Finnish player. So we'll see how it goes.
We will see how he does.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Soviets are at risk of getting out microed, I guess that's Finland is even worse off in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then again, the front is smaller, so
yeah, they have a few choke points that they need to hold, and if you do a very precise build, like you can get a pretty airtight defense. We'll see though. I'm thinking maybe we should start going through the players.
Yeah,
I'm just having a look at our technicians if that's something we can do. Maybe in a while. Maybe in a while.
In a while.
in 5 maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we can present. Who are you, Petter? What do you do?
Oh yeah, I'm a 38-year-old boy from the south of Sweden, and I live on a farm outside of Halmstad. And usually I work as a captionist for hard of hearing people, so my typing skills are mad. Yeah, well, yeah, that's pretty much me. What about you?
Yeah, I am 30 years old. I work in politics usually. Now I am the caster for this event, but I'm a city councillor in the town of Halmstad.
Or strongman, local strongman.
Local strongman, or at least the third deputy strongman in opposition.
In opposition, yeah.
The shadow strongman.
The shadow strongman.
That's a good nickname.
That's a good nickname. Shadow strongman.
Yeah, so that's what I do.
Yeah.
With both, you have been with the community since the very start, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Our community, you could say, it's mostly people who know each other from real life, and then friends of friends and so on. There are maybe, let me see, I don't have the numbers here, but maybe 80 or 90 players or so have played at least one game with us, and yeah, some join and some fall away as life goes on.
Indeed.
Indeed.
As patches go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're always looking for more players, by the way. So we're looking to grow our community as well. We have the Hygge YouTube channel, as we said. Please subscribe and follow, and we will post more videos there. We also have the Hygge what do we have? Yeah, the Twitch channels.
Yeah. We have the Twitch channels, yeah.
That's it?
But mostly we want the traffic to go to YouTube. So go into YouTube and subscribe. Today the stream won't be on YouTube though, because apparently they had a 24-hour moratorium before you could start broadcasting live.
Yeah.
So we're just on Twitch today, but the entire stream will be available on the YouTube afterwards.
Yeah, and I think we will cut out some highlights and stuff as well.
Definitely.
So if you want to watch the exciting moments from the game, you won't have to scroll through the entire.
Exactly.
Probably like 8 hours.
Exactly, and there will probably be a post-game analysis as well, where we beat this dead horse a bit more.
Yeah, indeed.
So we have Sans the Immortal in the Twitch chat saying Sweden is a nice place and he's been there before. We can only agree. And today the sun is shining. We're hoping not too much. We're hoping for a nice rainy weather so it doesn't mess with our lighting. We're actually you may see it may look like we're sitting in a dark room, a gloomy room, in gloomy lighting, but in reality we're sitting in a nice patio.
Yeah. And I see the sun is starting to move up over the hill here, so it's
ominously.
Yeah, we might get the sun. And you see here also now we have the background. So we will have different backgrounds as well. We have the cooperation with the almighty AI of Midjourney that will generate interesting backgrounds.
All to give you an immersive experience.
Indeed.
So we have a question from the Twitch chat from Tia Clock. How many non-Swedish players we have playing with us? And we have 2 players from the Shetland Islands, who are usually the reason why we speak English. We also have 2 Norwegian people who are a bit. I mean, they understand Swedish, but it may be a challenge for them. So we will keep everything in English, and you'll have to live with our accents.
Yeah. And I think also for you guys, it's important to keep it in English, so we can broaden our appeal.
Exactly,
so to
exactly.
speak.
Yeah, on the house today we have the nation flags of Norway, Denmark. Oh, yeah, right. Johannes, our general secretary, he's got a Danish citizenship now, so we have Denmark represented as well. So we have the Danish flag, the Norwegian flag, the Swedish, the European Union flag, and the Shetland Island flag on the house right now. Maybe we'll get a picture up of that later.
And also the Halland region lion.
Yeah.
As well, because we are in Halland, which is an interesting part of Sweden, because I mean it's not Gothenburg and it's not Malmö, so it's in between Skåne and Västra Götaland.
It's a small but proud and prosperous region.
Indeed, it is. Much farming, much beaches, nice weather, and nice people, of course.
Yeah. We have comments here in the chat from Sansi Immortal. As a Norwegian, I agree. Swedish is the same, but sometimes you don't understand. Yeah. Especially when it's a bit quick and yeah.
Jag kan snacka lite norsk för jag arbetat som hjemmesykepleier i Bergen.
Har du arbeidet som hjemmesykepleier i Bergen?
Ja, jeg hører det.
But in Bergen they're more like Bergen.
Ja, Bergen.
Jeg har arbeidet som sykepleier.
Trenger du nok hjelp?
Okay, let's stop.
Yeah.
As you may have noticed, there's a lot of young white men, or not that young anymore. I guess our mean age is around 30
plus now.
At least. But we're very inclusive. Like, yeah, still we're very inclusive.
Yeah, indeed. We actually have one female participant in our community.
Yeah, she unfortunately couldn't make it today. So we're even less diverse than we usually are.
Yeah, but we are represented. We said when we ordered the T-shirts.
The game has started, I see.
Oh, we
are rolling.
Indeed, we are.
We are rolling.
Then I won't talk about T-shirt sizes. I said all body types are represented. We are very.
That's true. That's true. We have diversity of some sorts.
The whole spectrum from me to Petter.
I'm actually on double XL just to get the.
I'm only on 1XL.
Yeah, but you want to show up your pecs.
Yeah, true. This muscly body. No?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see then. We are in the game.
Indeed, we are. So let's see here if we start with.
I guess Italy is down in Ethiopia and fighting there.
Yeah, definitely. Let's check that out. And we have, as you might expect, it's going quite well for Italy here in Ethiopia. They are pushing into this tile here. The Italian. Oh, I'm spectating Ethiopia. That's why I don't get there. Oh no, it's not going well. The Ethiopians are holding.
I think he will be fine though. He's got some stronger divisions down here. It looks like the.
Yeah, he's doing the
Skull and
special
Bones.
forces. Yeah, we can check out that template and see. It's probably the starting template, but I mean, this is not that bad. We have 2 RT, we have infantry, we have support companies. I would imagine that the Ethiopians do not have that. So. And the air, of course, is green for Italy over Ethiopia. This is one of those wars where you can't grind either, so they are just marching straight towards Addis Ababa.
Maybe we can present the Italian players.
Yes, indeed, we can.
In a bit at least.
Yeah, the technicians are working.
They've got us around there. It doesn't look good for Ethiopia.
Yeah, I heard from T O'Clock here. We need to work on your pronunciation of beaches. I will try.
You say bitches?
No, I don't think so. I think he heard me wrong.
Both are great in Holland, though.
Yeah.
I guess.
I will, yes. Okay. We have a band called Gyllene Tider that sings about both.
Yeah, I think about both. That's true. Both beaches and bitches. That's really true. And I must say, if you're annoyed at us right now, it's just gonna get worse from here. We're gonna sit here for at least 8 hours, and yeah, I don't think the quality will improve, or maybe it will.
It will.
I think so.
Of course it will. We will get to know each other better. Everything will be so nice here.
Yeah.
And we see now they are almost surrounded Addis Ababa, so they are on their last legs, Ethiopia here.
It's the outcome is never in question. It's just it's usually a question of are you taking too long now? Are you training your generals a bit too much? Because Italy they have great units and they have great I don't know, templates and most industry and stuff, but their generals are quite shit. So they really want to get them trained before the war starts. So we'll see how much they.
I do notice that they do not have a push active towards Addis Ababa. They are going around a little bit.
That's true, but it seems pretty well defended though, the capital there.
Yeah, that's true. 14. That's militia divisions though. If we check them out, I do imagine that this will be. The Ethiopian-based divisions are nothing to hang in the Christmas tree. No support, no support equipment. Only 6 militia divisions.
So we have Commander Potato in the chat. He's trying a command as if we had a bot that could tell you which mod we have, but we don't. But we can tell you right now. We're playing the Hygge mod, which is a slightly different version from their finest BAR, which is a multiplayer mod. Usually played by the Bakoen and Tommy K and Dankas Mimicus and so on. It's a pretty popular multiplayer mod.
Yeah, and we have done some things with it. For example, Greece with modified, so we'll be able to play it.
Yeah. We should say a big thank you to the creators of that mod because it's good for our multiplayer games.
Indeed. Shout out to your finest bro.
Yeah. So the players of Italy, we have 2 players on Italy today. Usually we only have 1, but since this is a big and important game, we have 2 of them. And
how do I check this?
Check who the players are.
Yeah, they're players. So we have Pasta Alfredo is the main controller.
Is that correct? Yeah, maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I'm not sure, to be honest. It just says Pasta Alfredo over everything.
Yeah. Trying to. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, the war seems to be wrapping up.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if they got any traits. 14% infantry leader, 13% mountaineer.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's something. And he's got everything there under one general to get all the exp on that guy.
Yeah.
Giovanni
Messi. Very Italian name.
Very Italian.
So
we have a question here. Is it really possible to win as Ethiopia? And I would say no. At least not if you're playing against the player. If you're playing single player, I'm sure it's possible. You could probably do a world conquest as Ethiopia versus the computer, but it's not a viable country in the multiplayer.
No, I have seen some YouTube videos where people hold out for longer than usual and so on. But I mean, you can't win as Ethiopia.
Yeah, you got a pretty defensible position with all the mountains, but you're just outgunned, outmanned. It looks like he's saving the capital for last. He's just pinning the troops there, but yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 militia divisions retreating from the capital now, so it will break through rather soon, I would say. And all the other tiles are falling as well. 17% Mountaineer, 18%, so he's working up. And Giovanni Messi is not that bad of a general.
Yeah, it starts
to be honest. It's the field marshal that's a bit meh.
Yeah. He'll hopefully get his skills up in time, though.
Yeah. We can check also, they are going marine... the marine focus now.
That's interesting.
Regia Marina, which adds 3 naval dockyards and also cost reduction for naval doctrine. And they just researched their naval department, so it is going to be navy stuff with Italy. You had some information about their naval tactics, right?
I actually do, yes. Italy is going for the super heavy carriers, or what are they called? Heavy carriers, super carriers. Yeah, anyways, the big carriers, and they can hold up towards 200 planes, I think. And the way the naval bombers work is that if you have ground-based aircraft, they do one sortie in a naval battle, like if you have naval bombers. But if they're from a carrier, they can do multiple sorties. So these 200 planes, they're worth more than 200 ground-based planes, you could say.
Yeah, okay, see what they are producing here in Italy. They have... they are building some heavy ships, but these are probably the ones that they start with, right? And they just want to finish them off.
You can see the progress there.
Mm. The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO.
Yeah.
Yes.
A bit of flavor events there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do we have the player portraits ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's start presenting the Italian players then. So the main controller is Algot. He is well, my baby brother, but he's also one of the veterans of the community. He's got a whole bunch of medals on his chest. You can see.
Yeah,
we the streamers, we have these white shirts and we have these veterancy stars. So every star is 4 games played, and then we have medals down here if you have any. I just have one, and Victor unfortunately doesn't have any.
Unfortunately, we have generals with significantly less stars, with significantly more medals. So I guess it's best for everyone that I'm on the commentator's bench.
Yeah, but there's some people are silent workhorses, and other are flashy show-offs. So
true.
It doesn't say anything. Let's see, we got some stuff happening in the Twitch chats. We have some offers of promotion.
That's a bot, I think.
I think we don't.
How do I join this game?
You cannot join this game at the moment, and the community is not really accepting members. But if you would like to be a part, you could send us an email, and we'll take it under advisement. But we will try to give you an interesting game to watch, nonetheless. Anyways, as I was saying, Algot, he's got a bunch of medals. He usually has many crazy tactics, crazy strategies, and this time he's going for the big carriers, which ironically is also the strategy that the US is going for. So we'll see how that turns out. But yeah, his big carriers inside the med. Yeah, we'll see how that turns out. His co-op player is Hasselberg. He's been with us for a long time, also a stable player. He doesn't have as many games played as Algot, of course, but still a good player. He has, though, not been in the winning team since 2019, so I'm guessing Hasselberg is looking for that W right now.
Yeah, he's hungry for revenge, no doubt.
We have a question here if this is an official Hearts of Iron 4 tournament, and I guess it depends on your definition of official. Like it's we have Paradox here, so that gives us some official.
Yeah, I mean we get a certain gravitas, I think so. Due to that.
Yeah, but, and they are also promoting us on their new Frontline feature, which we will talk to them more about later, which is covering different multiplayer events and so on. So I think you could say we're pretty official.
Yeah, we're kind of official, aren't we?
Feels good.
Yeah,
feels good, man.
Started from the bottom, now we're here, right?
Yeah, and we have a Paradox person in the chat there, I see. PDX Katten. It's a supported event, yes. Supported official. Yeah. Right, that was the Italian players.
Yes. We have some of the Axis player cards already, so we could present the German players as well.
Yeah, why not? They are the main instigators. So we have 4 players on Germany today. We have Jonte as the main controller. He is also one of the founders of the community in the central committee, and a strong micro and macro player. He's played Germany many times before, and all-round very strong player. He is joined by Rosen, who is one of the players from the Shetland Islands. He's never, like, before this event, we'd never met him in person before. And yesterday he arrived before we left for the Allies' house, so we still haven't met him in person, but we will tonight.
Yeah, we drove past him very shortly.
Yeah.
Like, we were like, oh, is that Rosen? Net, and then
Then we left.
scrolled down the window and said hi. But that
Rosen is a very, very experienced player. He is in different gaming communities as well that plays Hearts of Iron. So he usually plays several games a week. So he's a pretty strong player. He knows the meta and so on. And then we have Patrick.
Yeah. He's a newer player.
He's a newer player. I'm not exactly sure how new. I could check the stats. Let's see.
And we see here they are going. I'll go through the focuses in the meanwhile. They are going down the industrial stuff first. I suppose that's the meta, right? You want to get the infrastructure, construction speed, all the steel refineries, civilian factories and stuff out early.
Okay, so Patrick has at least 7 games with us, so he's not a total noob. He hasn't played the last 4 games though, and he's never played as Germany before. But he's joined by experienced players, so I'm sure he'll be fine. And with him is also Ivar, who is a very new player, I think. I'm not even sure.
I think Ivar is our newest, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Ethiopia has capitulated. So, that's Ethiopia gone.
Yeah, Ivar has only 1 game played with us in all of our history, and that was a game as Sweden in 2020. Or, no, 2018. Yeah, he hasn't played with us since 2018, and he doesn't have that many hours in the game. But, I think he'll be fine with his co-ops there.
Yeah.
And the German players, they're going for quite a traditional build, I guess. They will have some tanks, and the tanks they're going for are assault guns with SPGs for the Eastern Front, so a lot of soft attack. But they will also, in parallel, build tank destroyers to defend against the D-Day invasion.
Yeah, and they are anticipating infantry-focused Soviet Union.
And that is
a correct
that's a correct
guess.
That's a good prediction.
Then again, they were quite adamant that they did not want to place all their eggs in the same basket, so to speak. So they are building both the assault guns for the Barbarossa and other divisions in order to handle other things. So
hopefully, though, they will have enough eggs in the basket to beat through that big meat wall that's going to be the Eastern Front. But we will get to that later.
Yeah, that will be interesting to see, because Dawn is a meat wall builder extraordinaire. So you can't go too spread out on your tactics against Dawn, because it will be hard to break through.
Yeah. We have a question from the chat if we can suggest any Asian or Oceanic communities to play multiplayer with. I don't know of any personally. I'm sorry.
Me neither. But I'm sure it exists.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just start up Hygge Asia.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's quite a different time zone, though. I don't know what time it is at your place, but here it's still a bit before noon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just had breakfast.
We
have some cheese sandwiches.
Yeah. We haven't started drinking beer yet.
No, but we will at some point. But I think we will postpone it.
To a respectable degree.
Yeah. I think we have the original serving hours in Sweden is 11.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't drink beer before 11, right?
That's fair. That's fair, I think.
Okay.
Right, so you can see the German player there. He'd already started building the assault guns. I guess they're pretty heavy on that.
Yeah, medium assault gun.
And he's building fighters as well.
Yeah, indeed he is.
Yeah.
Also, he has the most. He has 18 factories on fighters. So it's an indication of strong air.
Yeah, I think Germany might be the only Axis player building air, though. So yeah.
Yeah, they are focusing a bit. I heard that the Allies are kind of doing the same, right? That they are trying to focus their air production in one country. That might be a new meta here in Hygge.
Yeah. The Allies have the UK, of course, building planes. They're going to build most of the planes, but the US is not building planes at all. Instead, they have outsourced that to Mexico. So we will have an Air Mexico.
I will see if they have started yet. I would. Now only transport plane.
Yeah, they're probably waiting for the new version. Maybe check their technology to see if they're, they're on.
Let's see here. Yeah, they are already researching the first fighter jet.
And they're going for the heavy fighters because they have longer range, so it's good for the Pacific theater.
Let's check the espionage here. We have the NKVD building a spy network in Spain here.
Oh, right. Yeah. Part of the Allied strategy is that everybody builds spy agencies and everybody decrypts the ciphers and everybody builds spy networks where they're going to fight. Because if you have a spy network in a region where you're fighting, the defender loses his entrenchment. So they're going to be very systematic in building their spy agencies. I'm not sure if the Axis are going to do the same.
Yeah, it will be interesting because that was kind of the reason why that time when Spain lost the Civil War, it was because they lost all their entrenchment bonus and they weren't really prepared for it. So it will be interesting to see here when the NKVD is aggressively building here.
They're dismantling the entrenchment
Yeah.
there right
Where's the other one?
The other spy, maybe he's on defense.
Yeah, probably.
You could just hold the button over. Maybe
Gotta do it?
Just the button, maybe.
Building an Intel network in Madrid. Mexico City.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's an interesting one. They want to see what Mexico does, I guess. Maybe they're onto the fighter strategy.
Why?
Yeah, that's very interesting, actually. Why are they spying on Mexico?
Mexico won't be sending any volunteers.
All right, it's probably to do with Trotsky. Someone says in my messenger chat.
Ah, right.
Is it easier if you have a spy network on Mexico? Will you have a bigger chance of success with Trotsky?
And we get nod here. Okay, so they're sending a spy to kill Trotsky with an ice pick, I guess.
Yeah, they do not want to fail. We have had games where Trotsky survives like 3 or even 4 or 5 assassination attempts, and that's a big annoyance for Comrade Stalin, I would say.
We have a comment here in the chat that spies also remove planning bonus, at least in vanilla. Yeah, that's probably right. So you could use it as an
it's a twin-edged
defensive weapon as well, I guess.
I wonder. Let's see if the Axis are defending. No, they are only building. They're building a network in Krakow, in Poland.
There we have the Civil War starting.
Oh yeah. Well, let's look at it then. We'll do start with the Republican perspective here.
Why?
Oh no, that's the national. Yeah, but we want that anyway. So yeah.
And let's see now. We have volunteers coming from Italy and probably from Germany in a bit.
Yeah.
There comes the German volunteers.
Let's see where they will land here, right?
Do they always land there? I'm not sure.
Usually. And now it's paused for preparation.
Yep. It's a lot to do for the Spanish player.
Yeah, indeed.
You get sort of a jump start as a Spanish player, straight into the fire, and everybody's looking at you because there's nothing else going on. So it could be a bit stressful. But after that, you get the nice long build up until you join the war in 41 or so.
Yeah.
Also, with our newer rules, I think the Spanish can send volunteers instead and not join the war, at least not right away.
We have a question in the chat here. I wonder how many of the 64 viewers that are curious girlfriends of the players.
I think we have at least 1 or 2, and maybe a few mothers and colleagues and so on as well.
Yeah.
Not just Hearts of Iron players today, I think. So we have quite a mixed crowd.
Yeah, I would say 64 viewers. That's if all of those are prospective girlfriends. Okay, sorry. Well,
Victor is single.
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah.
So
I will put this on my Tinder profile now. Casted big Hearts of Iron. I will just have to swipe left all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we see here in Spain that Oviedo, they are spreading out initially nationalist Spain to capture these empty tiles to fill out the north here.
Germany is sending just 2 volunteers with 20 width.
Can I check the templates?
Yeah, if you go into the countries sending, I think.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Let's check the Germans then.
And Italy.
Where do
No,
we
I
have
can't.
them?
I can't see that. We can't see them until they arrive, I guess.
Oh yeah, I guess we'll wait then. But we also see here that Japan is sending volunteers. I got
That's good.
a feed about. So we will be having Japanese volunteers fighting in Spain. And
we also have a rule that you can send a maximum of 5 volunteers. We've had some issues where people push out like hundreds of 10 width, which is our minimum width division, and then they can send, loads of volunteers. So we have a limit on that.
Yeah. Also, the Spanish Civil War is interesting because you get the veterans, right? So even if the war itself is kind of lopsided, you get veterans from the Spanish Civil War that can be used a lot on other fronts. So every encirclement here matters, because if you send like 3 divisions or something like that as volunteers, and one of them gets encircled and dies, you lose pretty much 33% of your potential veterans from the Spanish Civil War, which can have an impact later in the game.
Definitely. The Soviets are sending 5 volunteers, the max amount as expected. And we are still paused while they prepare for...
Preparation still going on. We can look how the Navy is looking here. I do think... let's check what Italy does, for example. That's a Navy focused. They are exercising. And I guess the United Kingdom... They're also just exercising. I guess the Navy game isn't really...
Yeah, maybe it hasn't really kicked off yet, yeah. So in the Spanish Civil War, you get a bunch of these shitty divisions, loads of them, and then you also get some better divisions, usually down in Africa, I think.
Yeah, the divisions in Africa are better. That's the Franco stronghold, historically speaking. So that's where they have the good divisions. If we look at the templates here, for example, they are nothing to scoff at in this war. But
exactly, if you compare them to the shitty Civil War divisions.
Yeah, I mean, side by side here, you have like no artillery. These are also militia divisions as compared to infantry divisions. So they have less than half the soft attack, and they have no support companies either. So these are just frontline, but these mountaineer divisions can make a difference.
Yeah.
And we can see the battle plans here. We see that they are preparing a push towards Madrid, the nationalists, but the Republicans have some interesting stuff going on. They are going to try some sort of tie-up here, I feel.
It's the AI, though, so
yeah,
they will probably fail.
All right, it's the AI. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's a really... Yeah, of course it is. They don't even have any troops up here.
Yeah.
Ah, well.
Spain is given quite the grace period here.
Yeah.
Who is the Spanish player, by the way? We should...
look him up.
Let's present him. So the Spanish player is Joachim Löfgren. He's an experienced player, but he hasn't played with us for 6 months, so maybe a bit rusty. He has played Spain before, but he hasn't played it since 2016. So yeah,
a lot of things have happened since 2016.
Yeah. The game has developed a lot, and there are still new expansions coming. One is coming in a month, Arms Against Tyranny, and we will tell you more about that later, and have Paradox as well. We get some nice compliments here in the chats. They say we're handsome and good casters, which is
I think thank you.
We can only agree. Thank you.
It's a correct analysis, and also
correct analysis. So Löfgren, he is doing an infantry build as Spain, and he will be the one defending against the Allies' invasion later on, I think. We are still paused. He gets quite the grace period here for setting up his stuff.
Indeed, this is a long grace period for Spain. But we do have a player on the Republican side, right?
We have the Soviets with their volunteers.
Yeah, but we had one called Friendly Franco. Ah, yeah, that's... Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought, considering the name.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yes, I do
while
think...
we wait for the Spanish Civil War to actually start, maybe we should look at another player. Let's see. We have, like we said, 37 players, and
yeah, we have the player cards for the Axis players. We could have a look at the Balkan guys.
yeah, I suppose. I wonder. I know maybe Bulgaria is able to send.
We're going now.
Okay, we are live.
Nice. We see here that just as suspected, we have a little cleanup here up top.
Yeah.
Taking out the north.
It's a common strategy to focus on that pocket first because it's usually quite easy to take.
Indeed. Also, as Atgard said in the chat, we did have a win in Spanish Civil War. We have talked about that extensively, and I think no one is really sleeping on the Spanish Civil War nowadays after that happened. So let's see, where do we have the volunteers?
The volunteers are arriving in 1 week, the 5th of July. Yeah. So right now it's Spanish killing Spanish.
We have 2 divisions from Germany, 5 divisions from Italy, and 3 divisions from Japan. All of them arriving at the 5th of July.
Yeah, and I think the Soviet volunteers, yeah, also the 5th of July.
Yeah, so in the 5th of July we will have all the...
And there...
Yeah? Someone died. Sanjuro.
Sanjuro, don't know who that is. Yeah, it looks like the northern pocket around Bilbao is getting cleaned up there before the volunteers even arrive.
Yeah, Bilbao is poised to fall here.
The nationalists are also pushing up north towards Barcelona.
Yeah, indeed they are. Now we have the divisions here.
Here come the volunteers.
They do, and they have landed. And now we will look at the templates. Oh, right, we have to go to the country, right?
Yep.
So the German volunteer divisions here, we have Pack Arty and Standard Infantry. And the Italian...
Just 2, though. That's a bit cheap, I think.
They could have sent more. It's not that many divisions from Germany.
They could easily have sent maybe 4 or maybe even 5.
Yeah, Italy actually sent 5, and these are considerably better. The Italian.
Oh, yeah. They are.
They have support companies through the roof, and they have full rows of arty, anti-tank.
Oh, wow.
But that's probably to get some veterancy until North Africa, right? That's why they have the anti-tank, because they want veteran divisions with anti-tank for LL Main.
Yeah. The Soviets are sending mountaineers. I think that might be a rule violation. You're not allowed to send special forces as volunteers, I think. That's interesting.
Yeah. Maybe it's just armor, right? You can't send armor.
Let me check the rules here.
Yeah, they have mountaineers here. Veteran mountaineers would do a big difference for the Soviets later in the game if they can manage to not lose them. Also the Japanese divisions we need to check out. Let me just go over here and we'll check them out. Where are they? I can't find the Japanese division. Ah, there.
You are allowed to send special forces, but you're not allowed to use the armored recon or armored anti-air support companies.
We have the Japanese divisions are also significantly better than the German ones. The Germans have really sheeped out here. Only 2 divisions with quite piecemeal brigades in them. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out, because they will not get that much veterans for later then.
Yeah.
Then again, I guess they save some economy on it, or...
Yeah. So the nationalists have cleared up the Bilbao pocket, and they're moving to the northern front, it looks like, with those troops.
Yes, we'll see. We have... where do we have the Soviet volunteers? Are here outside Madrid.
In the Twitch chat, we have someone speaking Russian or Ukrainian, I think. It's unfortunately not the language we are very good at.
Yeah, I have a hard time understanding that as well.
Except for Slavo-Ukraini.
Yeah.
Slavo-Ukraini.
Nemirov's vodka. Well,
Special shout out to Nikopol.
yeah, indeed. Well,
Let's see.
we have some pushes here. They might push back a tile.
The Soviet volunteers are just north of Madrid.
Yeah, indeed they are.
And they have some over on the front in Barcelona. So they're a bit spread out right now, trying to face the attack from the Germans.
We have
Looks
green air over northeastern Iberia as well, so I guess that's where the main part of the nationalist push will be taking place.
Yeah. Looks like the Germans are placing themselves north of Madrid.
Yeah. Interesting also because, I mean, since the German volunteer divisions are considerably weaker than the other Axis countries that have sent volunteers, they cannot stand up to the Soviet mountaineers.
No, definitely not.
So they will need to go around them because the Soviet mountaineers will chew up.
It looks like the Italians are also placing most of their troops right south of Zaragoza. Maybe try to split the Republicans in half there.
Yeah, they are probably trying to go down here and cut off the Barcelona part of the front from the southern part.
Yeah.
That's usually a tactic.
You usually need to take Barcelona though to get the surrender. So
now we have French mountaineers pushing back on this tile here. We can look at their
French are here. The French are
The
here.
French are here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Like someone said in the chat, the French need to do a focus before they can send volunteers, so that's why they're late to the party. I
But
guess.
they are also quite well like this. It's support companies, it's mountaineers. It's
Yeah.
no arty though, but
No arty, but still quite a solid division.
yeah. Olympic Games in Berlin.
The French are trying to counterattack there to stop the Axis from cutting them in half here.
Yes, indeed they are, and they might. I mean, this they will be able to push out. So if they can retreat orderly with this part of the front down here, they get some longer defending. But
We have the Japanese are, and I think supported by the Italians. No, wait.
the flags are so small.
Yeah.
We're sitting far from the screen
No,
here.
it just looks like it's Spanish.
Yeah.
Trying to invade there.
But they are pushing now with the Franco North African divisions are pushing in towards Toledo here. And they really have nothing over here to defend. So they might lose Madrid from the south here.
Yeah, we'll see.
And they have to be careful with the Soviet mountaineers. You don't want to lose them here as the Soviets because you really need them for Barbarossa. I don't know where they are now though.
We have a rule that you can surrender with your volunteers if you've had enough, if you don't want to fight anymore. If you want to do that, you just place them in a harbor and you say, I
There is
surrender.
the Soviet volunteers. This is looking kind of dangerous for the Japanese and the Italians.
Yeah.
If the Soviet mountaineers manage to get Zaragoza, we might see some dead Italians here. But they are holding.
They are holding.
I mean, it's a river crossing as well. It will be difficult,
Yeah.
and air is still green for the nationalists.
Yeah, they definitely seen it though. Maybe we could have a listen into the Axis Discord and see how it sounds there. If they sound calm and collected, or if they're panicking right now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's listen in.
We can get the German fighters.
Maybe we could have a listen into the Axis Discord and see how it sounds there. If they sound calm and collected, or if they're panicking right now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's listen in.
Okay, maybe not. I'm hearing them though, and they sound quite calm and collected. I would have to say.
We'll see if we can get the sound feed in. We also have a camera in the Axis house. But,
Yeah.
there was nothing too exciting happening there either.
Yeah, they're still methodically working their way. The Spanish strong troops are trying to make a breakthrough south of Madrid. and they seem to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, this salient is looking quite dangerous for both sides, actually.
The stronger Republican troops, though, meaning the French and Soviet volunteers, are further north.
Yeah, that's
so right. But we have two Soviet mountaineers moving to Madrid right now to meet this attack from the Spanish. What are the other guys doing? Let's see. It looks like it's mostly Spain doing the attacking right now. We have Italy up in the north, pushing towards Barcelona.
Yeah, they are doing it nice and slow here. It's nothing, nothing extraordinary going on.
The Japanese are grouped around Gaspe, trying to take Tortosa later, probably. Let's see now. The Madrid salient, it's getting counterattacked by the Soviet mountaineers, and it seems to have stopped a bit, but they're widening it.
Yeah.
And
I'm getting the Twitch chat up on my phone again.
Nice. There. Looking at the air war, we have green air for the nationalists in the north, but red in the south.
Yeah, indeed. They are defending in the south here.
But the air zone that is covering Madrid and northwestern Iberia is gray, though. So
yeah, there is almost no air activity at all in northern Iberia.
Yeah, there are no planes there. So if one of the teams would just put up a plane or two, they would get the green air.
Yeah. And this Toledo salient is getting countered by the Soviet mountaineers now, have moved down. And this might be dangerous for them if they go too far, because the mountaineers can quite easily encircle them. If
yeah, and there you see the three mountaineers attacking from the south as well.
Yeah, this will be dangerous for the Franco veterans, but they retreated now. Yeah, definitely. He knows what's up and are pulling them out in good order. And Tortosa is about to fall here, might be. The Japanese are pushing in, and that will cut the front. So.
And if they manage to do that, I think the north is pretty fucked, because yeah, they don't have too much to defend up there.
Indeed, indeed. We can check some of like the German generals, see what. All right, you don't get have generals on your.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
I think that's the ones that they didn't manage to send. If you go, you see the Spanish volunteers there.
Oh yeah.
To the right, on the bottom, right there.
Oh, there, yeah. Okay. Here we are. So we have Georg von Kirchler here. It's 13%, 13, not too much actually, in terms of traits and so on.
Let's see here. The Germans are attacking Madrid from the north. Let's see if the Soviets respond. They are just one tile from Madrid right now.
They are low.
The Soviets are responding.
Indeed they are, and they are low on org as well, the Germans here.
And over in the east, the Japanese have taken Tortosa, so the Republicans are now split in two. And it looks like the Italians are going to close the northern pocket.
Yeah, it looks like it. This is moving to be a success for the nationalists. This is kind of dangerous for this little German volunteer here if the Soviets push up.
Yeah, you can see the Soviets have moved up 2 mountaineers right next to it. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
So they might try to counterattack and encircle the German volunteer. We will see though. The Soviets are moving north to respond. The French are holding the line just south of Tortosa.
Oh, there, now I got chat working. 59 viewers. Welcome, everyone.
59 viewers. That's a stream record.
Yeah, I would say so. By quite some margin.
By quite some margin. This is also the first event of this type that we do. And if you're just joining us, this is Hygge HOI live event Bergagårdhof III with 37 players playing a physical LAN split up in 2 houses, the Allies in one house and the Axis in the other house. We see the Soviets pushing out the German push towards Madrid.
Yeah, they are holding Madrid quite well. I think we will get some good mountaineer veterans for the Soviet Union out of this. if we check out their volunteer force here, we have Nikolai Berzain, 52% infantry leader.
Could you click him up and let's see what he's about? Let's see, where is he?
Where is he here?
It should be the grid.
Nikolai.
There, the bottom, I think.
Oh yeah, there. Infantry officer. So he gets infantry leader experience factor as well. Oh, they are purging. Stalin is a bit paranoid this time of year.
Who would have Who would have thunk it? Yeah, the northern pocket is slowly but surely getting squeezed out. The 2 Japanese and 2 Italian divisions are closing it out, and the Spanish have withdrawn the troops from there to focus on the south. The Spanish are also using most of their strong troops to take Cuenca.
Yeah.
Cuenca?
Cuenca?
I don't know. Anyways. And the Soviets are shuffling about, trying to meet the attacks. So they've got some grouped around this salient in Cuenca, whatever.
Yeah.
And they have some over to the west.
And there is a bit of a potential for an encirclement as well, but they are very low org now, the Soviets, so they need to regain that if they're going to make some kind of push.
Yeah. The French are slowly being pushed back. They're regrouping southwards.
Indeed, Barcelona is about to fall, so I would say the north of Spain is cleared out at this point.
The southern front looks pretty...
and once that is cleared out, we will have the Italian and Japanese volunteer coming down south. And those are the strongest ones as well. As we said before, Germany have sheeped out a bit on the volunteers. So
Yeah.
once we get the Italians and the Japanese volunteers down here, I do not think Madrid will hold for very long.
A French spy was captured by the Spanish.
Indeed, we could look a bit at the spy game. They did try to build a spy network, the Soviets. Let's see what they 76% internetworks strength. So that can be what is slowing down the push a bit around Madrid.
Yeah. Yeah, the French only had 1 spy and it's captured.
Yeah, and that's a bit tough luck for the French there, because it's not too long after this that the war will start in earnest, and you need to get the spy out, and you lose out on a lot of time for that spy to do something, and you need to provide infantry equipment for the rescue operation, and it does cost you some.
Yeah. So right now the Axis are focusing on pushing south from the north, you could say, from Tortosa.
Yeah, we have some of the volunteer divisions going here, and they are pulling down even more now and leaving the Italians to clear up this little pocket here. Once Girona falls, there won't be supply or anything, so that will be quite a quick. And they can't threaten the supply lines here as well. If they push down to Valencia and Alicante and those type of things, you see all the railways going up here towards Madrid. They will have an issue. If you capture this, like the railway junctions and the harbors, you won't be able to supply this amount of troops.
Yeah.
And then it will fall apart rather quickly. The supply lines are much less stretched for the nationalists, because you have like Valladolid and Burgos and all the railways going down through Salamanca and down here. So it's easier to sustain the front for the nationalists.
Usually the Barcelona is the last to fall, and that's usually quite a hard nut to crack because you have all the troops concentrated in that area. But since they took Barcelona first this time, the last stand will be somewhere in the south. And if I were the nationalist, I would, like you said, try to take the coast first.
Yeah.
And then you get like a big surround of everything they have, and you can probably close that last pocket easily because, yeah.
Yeah, they will. They are trying some. I mean, both of all of the countries that are sending volunteers to this war really wants to kill the other volunteers. The Spanish are less interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the Spanish Civil War troops, which you lose as soon as the war is over.
Yeah, true. But Spain can become quite a powerhouse late game, though. And that really starts out with a good Spanish Civil War. because you have such a long time to build up. You get the intense moments in the beginning of the game and late in the game.
Yeah,
and then you have a bit of siesta in the middle.
Exactly. And they can even go the volunteer route and just chill out for a bit longer if they want to. Okay, we have a civil war in Mexico.
What?
I do not think this is according to plan.
A civil war in Mexico?
Ouch.
Okay.
Okay, Mexico versus the United Mexican States.
Interesting. What is happening?
We hear some nervous laughs over from the Allied room, but I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah, I can't see. I can't really see anything. Where are the troops? And am I in the wrong view mode?
No, I think he doesn't.
He doesn't have
He
any.
doesn't have any troops.
Civil war and no troops. This is looking.
So this is.
So now we have Ernesto Diaz in a democratic Mexican state, and we also have. Let's see, United Mexican State. What in? All right, so this is the democratic one with Ernesto Diaz.
Okay, yeah, and the other is non-aligned then.
Yeah, the non-aligned.
This is
100% support.
strange.
This is probably not planned. I do think this is a big hit towards the Allies airplane production if this is going spiraling.
Yeah, so Ramaphosa, he is the United Mexican States, the democratic one.
Yeah, so the Democrats, I don't know how they are going to pull this through. I mean, they have Mexico City, but they have no troops. I'll keep an eye on the Spanish Civil War as well, so we don't lose out on that. But the Mexican Civil War will be a very interesting wildcard to follow.
Yeah.
I do wonder how that came to be.
There's still no troops out for either side in the Mexican Civil War.
Yeah, and in Spain here we have the military junta is pushing out here. We have a new salient now around Ciudad Real.
And it's the Spanish leading the charge again.
Yeah, the Franco troops from North Africa. Those are getting quite a bit of experience as well. They are low on supply here, though. It's a bit of a daring move to move another tile here with no supply, I would say.
Yeah, where are the Soviets, though? Are they ready to take advantage of that opportunity? It doesn't look like it.
Probably not, no.
The Soviets are... where are the Soviets?
Yeah, where are the Soviets? They are... Yeah, here is the French mountaineers are here in the north.
Okay, wait. They are ready to take advantage. All 5 of their mountaineers are moving up from the south of the salient. And they're attacking.
Oh, yeah.
They're waiting for some organization.
Yeah.
But they're unable to break the Spanish lines.
They are probably going to pull back here. I think they are pinning them. And the Soviet mountaineers, they should have attacked. If they have moved one tile up here and attacked through the Ciudad Real, they would have had a better chance. But now they will probably not be able. Or are they?
Now they have a green balloon over the battle.
Yeah. Yeah, you're watching
but
from
the salient is widening. But now the French troops are in danger.
Oh!
Over by the coast.
This is looking bad for the French.
The Germans, along with the Italians, are pushing towards the coast. And if they manage to do it, they could kill the French volunteers.
They have green air here.
They're doing a holding attack on the French.
This is on the edge here.
They're trying to take Valencia. There are just some Republican troops they're defending.
Yeah, we have the Soviets trying desperately to keep them out, but the organization isn't enough.
But they will probably, it looks like they will reach Valencia in time.
Yeah, I think they will be able to get out.
In time to save the poor
In
French.
3 days they will arrive in Valencia, and this will last for, Yeah, they will be able to get out, but it's a close call for the French.
Yeah.
Soviets really saved their bacon.
Definitely.
And in exchange, they did not manage to surround the Franco veterans because they had to move the people from the salient in Ciudad Real in order to save the French troops.
And you can see the Spanish troops pushing from the northeast to try and make a big pocket out of Madrid, which is probably a good move. It will cut off Madrid from the coast, and it will cut off the coast from Madrid, so to speak.
Yeah, and it will also save the save this salient from any danger. And also in this bubble, you do not have any volunteers or anything, so you can just clear that up. And once Madrid falls, I think that's the civil war done, since Barcelona is already...
I think the outcome is not in question in this game. The Axis seem to know what they're doing, and they haven't lost any volunteers. I haven't seen nationalist Spain lose any divisions.
We have the losses are just 212,000 for the Republicans and just 41,000 for nationalists.
Yeah, that's pretty telling.
So they are indeed winning this. Let's see how the Mexican Civil War goes. 0 casualties on both sides. But
it looks like he at least has some troops out now.
Yeah, it seems like the United Mexican States have actually made some divisions now.
In the land of no armies, the man with a few divisions is king.
Yeah, indeed. So I think the Mexican Civil War will end in a democratic victory, which is good for the Allies' plane production. But we will be very interested to speak with the Mexican player later to hear more about how this came to be.
Was it planned? Was it not? Who knows?
Yeah. Well, you can grind generals in a civil war, I guess. But not if you don't have any...
Yeah, without resistance. I don't know how much you get, though. Shouldn't the AI build troops, though? Let's see.
I don't know how many factories they have in Mexico, to be honest.
The AI has
They have
0.
2 factories.
The AI only have 2 naval dockyards. So.
Yeah, I mean, they are done for. But it's still an interesting, curious moment.
As civil wars go, it was pretty peaceful.
Yeah, indeed. And
back to Spain. The northern pocket is finally cleaned up, so all the Italians and the Japanese are down on the main front now.
Yes, they are, and we have... You see all these orders constructed that you're not executing. That's to get planning bonus, because if you have an order with a field marshal, like the spearhead, for example, you get planning bonus, but you don't assign any troops to it, so you can still micro them efficiently yourself. Because AI is very strong in making background pictures, but they are not very strong in microing divisions.
Not yet, please.
So that's of course a big boon. We had one game when it was first discovered that you can get planning bonus this way, and they managed to draw great advantage from it. So we actually included it in the rules that you are able to do that. So now everyone does it.
So what you do is you give a garrison order in a neutral country with your troops, and then you place them on your front. It doesn't have to be close to the neutral country, and then they accumulate planning bonus all the time. So you can just attack without having to keep them in the same place. Yeah. And we've made it permissible for everybody, so it's a fair game.
Yeah, it's a feature.
It's a feature, not a bug. So the Germans, together with some of the Spanish troops, are trying to close this pocket around Madrid. They're trying a different approach now. Yeah,
they are going a bit from the north. They didn't make the bubble as large as they were initially planning, but they will close this now.
The Japanese and the Italian volunteers are grinding next to the coast, pushing the French back slowly.
They did advance one tile up here, so they don't. The French troops are not in any immediate danger anymore.
Yeah.
So, but I think they will just give up Valencia. And you retreat with your volunteer from the port, right?
Yeah, you can surrender with your volunteers in a port. You just say, I surrender, and then they will leave you alone.
Yeah.
So the pocket is almost closing. They don't seem to be able to take the last tile just yet.
Yeah, once this railroad junction is taken, it is over for Madrid, definitely. And there are no volunteer troops in the pocket, and there is no hope of pushing out with the troops that are there. So in not that long, we will see an end to the Spanish Civil War. How is it going with the London Naval Treaty and those things?
That's a good idea. Good question. Is the Naval Treaty holding up? It usually doesn't.
Yeah, the London Naval Treaty has a tendency to not hold for that long, but it does have some effect on the game when what you manage to do with it and when you break it. I'm not I'm not educated enough to understand it myself. The naval game seems like you need a PhD in warfare.
Yeah, and there's been some recent changes to it as well, so it's tricky. We'll get into it later.
Yeah.
Back to the war.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat.
Oh,
is there a way?
Is that an encirclement?
Well.
Oh wow! The Soviets have managed to encircle a large amount of Spanish people.
All right, a switcheroo in Ciudad Real.
But
this was not expected.
The nationalists are though trying to open it up from the north.
Yeah, they have quite a lot of work, but then again, like the Spanish, the Franco veterans here are getting really low and they have no supply. And the French are reinforcing the tile here in order to try to keep them from breaking out this encirclement. We might see some nationalist Spanish losses here. I wonder how the air game is looking. It's red air for the nationalists.
And these are some of the good divisions.
Now they move the planes down here. They are really trying to get this out, and they might be able to now if they respond with the planes. But it's really hairy. No,
it seems to be up to the French mountaineer defending in the north there.
Yeah, and we have 4 Soviet mountaineers coming in here. This is not looking good for the North African Franco mountaineer divisions. The
pocket is losing supply for every minute. We have a red out of supply symbol.
We have the German divisions here, but the Germans are really paying now for shipping out on the divisions.
If they had 5, maybe they would.
Yeah, if the Germans had 5 fully equipped divisions with artillery and support companies, they would not need to be scared for this at all. But now they might lose some Spanish veterans. But they seem to be able to break out here.
They are down to just 2 tiles now.
Yeah, this is going to be really on the edge for both sides here, whether or not they manage to save their Spanish comrades in arms here.
The Italians and Japanese are pushing from the north with everything they can, and the Germans are pushing from the south.
83, 84.
Still just down to 1 tile now.
Yeah, and they have 1 militia division here, but they are getting pushed out here. They are closing the pocket here, so this won't matter in the long run because this tile will fall before they take Ciudad, I think. Or maybe not. No, they got it.
Okay, so that's...
They got it, but just by a hair.
Open. And we hear from the other room, oh no, they opened up the pocket.
Big disappointment from Don here. Yeah, we said T o'clock here in the chat says that the entire army of Africa is there, and that's a huge loss for Spain because and setting them up for a much worse mid-game. But they did manage to save it.
Yeah, and it looks like
they are not out of the woods yet, though. We only have 1 low org militia division here, and we have 3 Soviet mountaineers coming in. But now they opened it from the other side as well, so I think they will be safe. Indeed.
And now instead it is the Soviets who are stuck in the Madrid pocket.
Oh yeah, indeed it is. Yeah, this might be dangerous for Dawn now.
And according to the rules, you can only surrender in a port. So unless they manage to break out and get to a port, they can't really surrender in there, I think.
Yeah, if the Germans, they are very low on supplies, the Germans here. Again, I think the Germans made a big tactical error to not send enough volunteers with good equipment. Because once again, if they had like 4 fully equipped divisions here, it would be very easy to just kill off all the Soviet mountaineers. Now it might be a bit harder, but we'll see how it ends up. It is looking bad for the Soviets here. They bit off more than they could chew south of Madrid.
Yeah, let's see. All the troops in the Madrid pocket have low supply. They're not completely out of supply, but
I do see that my duct tape phone contraption have fallen down.
Oh yeah, the Axis camera.
We can ask them to tape it back up later. Now we will see here if the Soviets are managed to break out here, but if they can widen this salient, I do think it's good night for these 3 Soviet mountaineers, and that's
a heavy blow.
That is a heavy blow.
So, in other news, the Mexican Civil War is over. Wasn't much of a war, but...
Democratic victory in the Mexican Civil War.
Yeah, so Romenfors managed to close that down.
Yeah, Trotsky will still need to watch himself then.
Yeah.
Well...
And we have a comment here from Krabby in the chat that they pulled a successful "No you" and surrounded them back.
Yeah.
And that's usually how it goes in this game. Like if you take risks to get big gains, sometimes it blows back in your face.
Indeed, it does. And this is looking bad. I don't see any way out for the Soviets at this point. Or that if they manage to get out through this little salient, maybe.
Yeah, the French are trying to push back, but
Yeah, but it's green bubble here for the nationalists south of Toledo. They are just splitting this whole cake up in
it's looking rough.
This is indeed looking bad for the Soviets.
And you know that the Axis players, all of their focus are on killing those Soviet volunteers right now.
Yeah, definitely. This will be a big boon for them, especially now when we know that the Soviets are going to go a very infantry-focused defense on for Barbarossa. They could really use those volunteers in the mountains, but now it's looking like they will not be able to because they will be in the ground in Spain. They will train new ones, obviously, but they will not have the same training.
Yeah, that's true. This would be their most veteran troops of all. According to Don, the main controller of Soviets, though, he plans to have 5.7 million men in the field by the time Barbarossa starts, which is quite a hefty number. I would say 3 million is then you'd say, yeah, good job, you got 3 million men in the field, but 5.7 it's quite something else.
Yeah, and this is it for the Soviets.
The Soviet mountaineers are standing in Madrid right now, looking a bit depressed.
They are long gone. It's 3 tiles and a river between them, and they will not be able to get out of this, I am quite sure. So
I think at this moment, Don is probably looking for ways to surrender, finding that there are no ways to surrender.
Yeah, it's tough. If they had managed to get the Franco troops, it would have all been worth it, but it's also a big risk because I do think the Franco troops are less valuable than 4 divisions of Soviet mountaineers.
Yeah, you could argue.
This is a if I check the template, see what they're losing here. It's they are losing out on. This is the 19 Packard, 1,200 guns, 130 new guns, 273. Squad weapons, about the same number of horses, special forces gear, radios, trucks. This is not good for the Soviets. Bad start for the Allies.
Since we looked at the losses last time, the nationalists have only lost about 20k more, so the Spanish player is doing a really good job not losing men.
Yeah, he is saving his manpower, and that's a big part also to set Spain up for a good mid game. Also, that you don't want to lose. You want the civil war to be as unbloody as possible because you can really use that manpower later.
Definitely.
You can produce a lot of guns, but you need men to hold them as well. And this is looking to be the fall of Madrid rather soon here.
Yeah, and with the fall of Madrid goes their last supplies as well, and there is no help coming.
And if we look at the southern front here, the French will be able to surrender at the port, and I think they will do so pretty soon, because with the surround of the Soviets, this civil war is definitely over and done. So we will start to see the French player moving towards the port soon, I think.
The Soviets had 1 division left in the south that's not in the pocket.
Yeah, so they will manage to get out with one veteran mountaineer division, but the other ones...
Yeah, they're all seasoned level 7 divisions. This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, they are. I will transfer to the. And Trotsky survived the assassination attempt.
Oh,
anyway,
that's interesting.
This is hard times for the Soviets. No Trotsky assassination and level 7 experience, seasoned veterans just hitting the dirt in Spain. Very.
Yeah,
bad moment.
They will need a victory in the Winter War if they're to regain their morale, I think.
Yeah, if they lose the Winter War as well, this will be very bad for them.
Then
those mountaineers could have definitely been used well in the Winter War as well.
Very true.
So now the Winter War will be harder because you do not have those veterans there.
And now we see they're losing both their last tiles. So that's the Soviet volunteers gone.
That is it.
That's a lot of troops right there.
Rest in peace.
And the Italian troops got a bunch of XP there, I think. So now it's just mop up of the last resistance here. We have the French. The French has, I only see 1, 2, 3 French. Yeah.
Yeah.
The French
Spain
are
is
holding
Spain
the
is
line a
strong.
bit, and
If I was France right now, I would just move to Murcia and surrender, so I don't get pinned and overrun. This is
yeah, they will probably try to fight for as long as they can, but
Hindenburg crashed, so yeah.
yeah, we're following history there at least.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see when the next assassination attempt on Trotsky takes place. They're probably doing it.
Maybe we should present the Soviet players. We've been talking about them
Definitely.
quite a
You
bit.
go ahead, and I will just keep the camera here on the last remnants of Spain.
Yeah, good. As the main controller of the Soviet Union, we have Don, the real Boppus. He's the guy that you've seen on most of the tutorial videos on our YouTube. He's an experienced player, and he likes to prepare his games, to say the least. He usually has a huge Excel sheet with all the strats and everything. He's played the Soviet 5 times, so he's an experienced Soviet player. He really loves his garrison builds. He likes to have a lot of men in the field, so that's what we will see today. He's going to do a garrison build and an infantry heavy Soviet build. Like I said, 5.7 million men in the field. He also is a strong opponent of civilian factories, and he usually says that you should build military factories from the start. He said during a strategy meeting, though, that he's going for a risky build, and he's building civs until mid-37. So yeah, about now he started building mills instead, I think. Joining him is Kevin, who is a slightly newer player. He's usually in the winning team, though, which is good. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's skill. Who knows? He's never played the Soviets before. We have Matthias Ivarsson. He is a good micro player, and he's been a lot on the Eastern Front in previous games. He's also a military man in real life, you could say. So maybe that gives him an edge somehow. Also, the fourth player is Arvidsson. He's a newer player with just one of these veterancy stars, but he will probably get lots of good support from the other players. He's played Mongolia once, never the Soviets, but he played Mongolia at least, and but that time he lost.
And Mongolian experience, it can be quite good. I mean, Mongolia is a player that can really have a lot of impact on the Eastern Front, because you can really focus in another way than the Soviets can. Especially now when the Soviets are going very infantry focused with like this meat wall defending the Barbarossa front.
Yeah.
The Mongolians can try some interesting stuff, and he's probably hungry for revenge since last game.
Yeah, and if the Mongolians build tanks, they will be the only ones with tanks on that side of the border. So yeah, I know Don is going to build. He's going to have a quick response force of motorized units, both with anti-tank and artillery, to meet the Axis tank pushes. Mm. But other than that, they will have 30 width garrisons with anti-tank on the entire line, and every tile.
China.
Oh, the China War is on. The China War is on. Right. The Marco Polo Bridge incident didn't go as planned, or maybe it did go as planned.
Yeah, and there it was. They declared the war well before the Marco Polo Bridge incident, or
I don't know.
I probably just
let's pop up. Anyways, back to the Soviets. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like we said before, they are usually quite strained on the micro, because they face like 6-7 Axis players, and they usually only have like 1 or 2 players microing the front. But this time they have 4 players as well as the Mongolia player, so it should be more evened out. Right. So
Yeah.
the China War has begun.
Indeed, it has, and
Yeah, we have
quite directly after the Spanish Civil War has ended. I don't know, is this an early China War, or?
I think it's pretty standard, mid 37. I think it's pretty standard. We have a question in the chat if China is AI controlled or human player. It's AI controlled. We have played with a player China, but it's usually how should I say? Like if they do a good game, the game is pretty much ruined. It's sort of like if the France player manages to defend in the beginning and doesn't fall, then the game is pretty much over. So that's why we use the AI. But it's that being said, it's quite a challenging AI. In this mod, there comes different waves of Chinese troops, and there the Spanish Civil War is over.
In the Spanish Civil War.
And we heard some applause from the Allies.
I guess
don't know what they were applauding.
I don't know either. I guess they got the French volunteers out.
Yeah,
I would focus on the China.
The French
war.
managed to escape. That's a victory in itself.
At least something. But it's let's say it was a very Axis civil war.
Yeah.
The Axis really took home the cake in the Spanish Civil War.
It couldn't have gone much better, I think. It's probably the best Axis civil war we've seen in quite a while. And the length of the war was like a year, which is not too short, not too long. Like you managed to get your generals a bit practiced, but you're also not stuck in a war for too long as Spain. We seem to have a Romania fan in the chat, which is a bit surprising. I was talking to the Romania player yesterday, and apparently all his colleagues wanted him to lose. They said, is there a way to donate money? I want to donate 500 crowns to whoever nukes Romania first. But apparently he has some people on his side, which is nice.
And we see here Beijing has fallen, but that's on the border of Manchukuo, so that's not too surprising. But we have one wave has come up here.
We have a suggestion here from Krabi in the chat that maybe it would be balanced if two players play China and one player tries to win and the other tries to sabotage. It sounds a bit historical, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you could do like a united front.
One Kuomintang and one Mao Zedong.
Amelia Earhart has circumnavigated the globe.
Oh, that's great. That's non-historical.
Quite an achievement.
That's quite an achievement.
Yeah, so Trotsky survived and she circumnavigated the globe. So some ahistorical stuff coming up here.
So I think the Soviets are allowed to send air volunteers into the Chinese war, but that's about it. We're not allowing any other types of volunteers.
We have embargoes coming in here. The Japanese have been embargoed by the Netherlands. And this will be an interesting part of this game, right? You heard some tactics there.
Yeah. We heard the Allies are doing a concerted effort to do trade embargoes on both Germany and Japan, which will force the Japanese and German players to buy rubber from the Soviets, at least in the beginning, which they don't want to do. They would much prefer to buy rubber from some allied miner that doesn't affect it as much, but they definitely do not want to make the Soviets stronger.
The Japanese have landed in Shanghai.
Yep.
They're pushing up towards Nanjing, which is the current capital of China. And they are holding here. They're not making any really concerted push. An American operative has been captured as well. So it's moving forward quite steadily on the Chinese front. So far, Axis edge, I would say, in this game.
Yeah. Like I said, in this mod, the China war can be quite difficult. Like the AI gets such huge amounts of troops, and you can really get bogged down if you're not careful. And it's a bit hard to know which strategy to go for. Like, should you try to take territory, or should you try to kill the Chinese troops? It's it's not as easy as it sounds, and that's also why we don't allow any volunteers from the Soviets or so on, because that just simply makes it too hard for the Japanese.
We have a question in the chat here. What about the neutral bloc? Turkey, Mexico, keeping neutral until attacked. And in this sense, Mexico is not the neutral bloc now. They are allies, but Turkey is not doing anything.
No, the neutral countries in this mod are unplayable and uninvadable, basically.
Nanjing has fallen. This is it's going fast for the Japanese. This is looking good for them.
Yeah, they seem to be making good progress. There are still a bunch of Chinese troops filing in, though.
Yeah, they will release. I mean, you can play tactically around the mod, right? Because the waves release at certain thresholds.
Yeah.
So you want to be ready when you release the next wave of Chinese troops, so to speak.
Exactly. And when the Chinese come in with full equipment on the attack, you just want to defend and let them beat themselves bloody, and then you can counterattack. It seems like Japan has made a breakthrough in the north.
Yeah, they have no real defense in depth here. So if the Japanese manage to surround here, that will be a big hole in the front line, and they can pretty much march down to this river. One of them is the Yellow River, but I don't know which one.
Can you see on the map what the names of the rivers are now?
No, I don't. I think the Yellow River is this one. Because we have the Hubei, Wuhan, and Huangshan, and then it goes up to Nanking and out to Shanghai.
If you thought our Spanish pronunciation was bad, you don't want to hear our Chinese pronunciation.
Yeah, true.
Oh no, the end of the London Naval Treaty.
Oh no, escalation in Europe.
Oh, how will this end?
Yeah, how sad. I thought this would hold. There would be no wars after the Great One.
It was supposed to be the war to end all wars.
No. Too bad. Now the navies will expand in Europe.
Okay. So, yeah, the Japanese are not going to build any tanks at all. And you can see they don't have any tanks right here.
Trotsky survived the second assassination.
Oh, wow. He's lucky. And this is even though they have spies and stuff in Mexico City.
We'll see. We had a question. Please submit a player list countries in chat to understand better which nations are played by humans. I don't know if anyone at home could do that, but I can do this.
I could probably do it.
I have this. If you see here, we have Manchukuo, and we have Japan. We have the Raj, Mongolia, different Southeast Asia, Ville, even New Zealand. We have all the nations in Europe except Sweden and Norway and Denmark. None on the Baltics. And I guess Peter will just do a list, and I will follow the front here. But most countries have players. We even have a Poland player now. That is one of those countries that, will not hold.
But yeah, they have some mechanics which will keep them in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Poland is honestly kind of a good nation, considering like you will lose, but you get quite a lot of like off-map factories and different. You can get a lot of air actually, like the latest fighters and stuff, quite late in the game. So the Polish can. Oh, a new naval landing in Qingdao.
Oh, yeah.
With a division of Japanese Marines trying to cut off this peninsula here, maybe.
I think that's the old German colony, right? That's why they have such good beer there, in Tsingtao.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, Tsingtao. That's the Chinese beer.
Yeah, and it's because the Germans had a colony there. That's why.
Yeah. Of course. They moved out again.
So I'm scrolling through a chat here to find a good list of the players. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I'll keep a hold on this. Yugoslavia, Axis or allied? Yugoslavia is Axis.
Greece is allied though.
Yeah, Greece is allied. Yugoslavia is Axis, and Greece is a bit the same as Poland. I mean, you won't hold in the long run, but. And now the Japanese have researched paratroopers. Might be a sign of what's to come. We should actually take a look at the research.
Maybe we should present the Japanese players.
Yeah,
we're
definitely.
Looking at them.
You do the player, and I will just scroll through the research here.
Yeah. So, on Japan, we have as main controller Martin Falk, the Polkan. He is one of our most experienced players. He was here when the community started, also in the central committee. He's a very experienced player. He's played Japan many times before, and I think he's out for revenge because the last couple of games he played. Let's see, I think he played Japan and Germany, and he lost both, or maybe it was the Soviets. Anyways, he should be out for revenge by now. He's a very strong micro player. A bit on the conservative side. He doesn't experiment all too much with new builds or crazy strategies, but a solid player, definitely. And his co-op player is Kalle. He's one of our Norwegian players, also a very experienced player. I think he participates in other communities as well, so he plays a lot of Hearts of Iron. He's also very used to playing together with Martin. They usually are in the same team, or they have many games where they have been co-oping. And yeah, their strategy is to sort of like in history where Japan just exploded. He said they will be like a spring, so they will do an early war, maybe I think early 41, maybe late 40, and they will do a bunch of naval invasions at once, where Martin will focus on the American islands, and the other players, I think both Manchukuo and Thailand will do naval invasions on the Dutch Spice Islands. And this is during they get a buff during the beginning of the war, Tora Tora Tora. So they will try to take as much ground as they can in the beginning. They will send a strong contingent down to try to take Singapore early on. And so quite a classical strategy, you might say. There's nothing crazy going on, no super early attack on the British Raj or anything. So Pontus on the Raj will get a bit of respite in the beginning. Martin did say though that if Singapore falls, then the next target is Raj though.
Oh. And we'll see the Axis is the innovative side here, I would say. When we spoke to the Axis, the Allies had much more of a game plan. They were much more prepared, and it was also much more classic in their builds, with some exceptions. But the Axis, they have stuff going on. It's super heavy carrier Italy, and we have some other shenanigans.
Oh, I don't know. I think the Allies are the ones playing more.
Oh right, yeah,
non-traditional.
Yeah, I got them on the road.
Yeah. Don't mix them up. Yeah. Good guys and the bad guys. Don't mix them up.
Yeah, true. That's what I meant. Like the Axis are the traditional players.
Yeah.
They are doing the old-fashioned tactics, and then we have the Allies with the innovations. And so far, it has not worked out that well, but we will see when the war breaks out.
Yeah, we'll see. They have many exciting plans that we'll go through later. I think the most crazy thing the Axis are doing is the Italian carriers in the Med.
That would be interesting to see.
The most innovative thing going on. Anyways, supporting the Japanese Empire, we have two other Asian Axis players. On Manchukuo, we have Sticky. That's not his real name. He's one of the Roberts. We have two Roberts from the Shetland Islands joining us today. Sticky's been playing with us for many years, and he has many hours in Hearts of Iron. Like I said, we never met him until yesterday in person, so it was quite fun. Probably they will do the small Manchu, I think. As Japan, you have a choice if you want to give Manchu all of China or like just a little piece of it. And I think the wisdom of the time is that it's stronger with the small Manchu. So I think that's what they're going for.
We have seen some different comings and goings there, but I think the meta is small Manchu nowadays.
Good idea.
Yeah, it's getting kind of warm in here when we're on the patio. Like when it's cold outside, it's really cold here, and when it's warm, it's warm.
Yeah, it's getting a bit toasty, but the sun is not too bad, so we're good on that front.
See, this pocket is taking its sweet time here in North China. They will close it eventually, but it has taken some time.
Yeah.
They have expanded their naval landing around Shanghai, but they have landed in Qingdao again.
But they haven't moved out though.
No, they retreated the last time, but since he has landed again, no, he retreated again. I guess it might be some AI shenanigans he wants to pin down.
I think it also might be that he's practicing the naval invader trait. So he just wants to keep doing naval invasions over and over to get his general up, to get him, to give him the naval invader trait, which gives you faster naval invasions. And
Can I view the trait?
Maybe you could get his portrait up. Yeah, it doesn't have it yet.
No.
Yeah, but I think that's what he's going for.
We also have he can get medals as well. That's a new thing. If you like capture towns, if you do stuff with your divisions, you can get medals that gives you certain boons, and might be good to get a couple medals on a good marine division.
Let's see now. I'm still trying to find...
we have some discussions in the chat about the Netherlands. So Netherlands, we go to Batavia and keep resistance versus Japan. Interesting. Indonesia has huge manpower, or if I'm wrong. No, you're not wrong. Like the Netherlands, I played them at one Bergagårdhof, I think the first one. And indeed, you try to hold. You can't capitulate as you want, but you have to try to hold. But... you will retreat to Indonesia and you get a lot of manpower. You have a focus in the Netherlands, which is like retreat to Indonesia, and those you get the core territory and you get a lot of manpower. The medals are not free. I think they cost something like some political power. It's not a lot, but they cost some political power to dole out. So. You don't want to like go crazy on medals if you need to do a big investment in a decision or something else, or if you know you're going to lose political power through events. But when the end of the game comes, when you just have a big bank of political power, the medals can make the difference. If everyone stacks their bonuses right, and so it's often the small things that decides it in the end.
Yeah.
And it's a bit RNG as well, because you don't know which medals you get. Some of them are really good and some of them are a bit meh. Especially like they are quite focused. So you get like defensive medal, offensive medal. And obviously if you are on the offensive, the defensive ones are worthless and vice versa. Yeah.
But as a good strategy in this game is to try to stack your multipliers. So if you say you're going for a breakthrough build, like you want tanks with a high breakthrough value, then you want your generals and your advisors and your national focuses and spirits and stuff all to go for maximizing your breakthrough. Because if you get a big stats in the base, any percentage gain is bigger. Simply, yeah.
Definitely, it's what we call ränta på ränta.
Exactly. So I posted the teams in the chat, so you can have a look there on all the player names.
The AI has wised up to the naval invasions here. They have garrison Qingdao now, and
they've seen through this master plan.
They did sink to Chinese convoys. It doesn't make that much of a difference. They have a bit of a trouble expanding the Shanghai Nanjing landing, but now they have a railway gun here. So they are probably going to try some breakthrough here, because it's kind of a lot of work to bring your railway gun all the way down here. So it's not for nothing. So they are probably going to do some push here. I guess they will push towards Wuhan to break the supply lines.
Yeah, Martin mentioned to me yesterday, Martin, the main controller of Japan, that it's a thing that you want to get to Wuhan before the AI does. And if you do, the war is much easier. But if the AI defends Wuhan, then it's harder, or something like that, to that effect.
Yeah, I think Wuhan is a very important province to get, because it's a supplier, like a supply hub.
Yeah.
And it really makes things difficult for the fronts, because if you get it, it's like here in the middle, you get a lot of momentum up here. And also, if you can get the waves out if you get supply hubs first and then you get the waves out from China, they will have trouble supplying, because you see it's like so many divisions here. We have like 21, like it's just so many people, and if you break the supply lines, it's very hard to keep equipment flowing to them.
The Chinese have already lost more than 1 million men. That's a lot.
Yeah,
And
big
losses. Yeah, we haven't really
China.
seen any big surrounds, so it's mostly just the Chinese throwing themselves at Japanese defenses, I think.
Yeah, I think this naval landing here has really played a lot, because they have taken the whole fort line here, and the Chinese waves just keep throwing themselves at Japanese fort line, and it's across a river as well. You see they're getting completely decimated here. One soft attack.
Yeah.
And
wave after wave of people holding like bamboo spears.
Yeah, this is really. I mean, you see here why the AI is bad at micro. They are just throwing bad divisions at. I mean, there is no chance that they are going to have a breakthrough here, and they're just losing strength. They're losing equipment. They're losing manpower, and then again, manpower is something that China has quite a lot of. So
yeah, as you can see, even though they've lost more than 1 million men, there's no shortage of troops on the line. So I think that's why we see this slow and steady approach from the Japanese and Manchu.
We'll see. I'm going to look over at the Finnish, see how the Soviets are doing with the winter war focuses, because they are taking a focus to declare war on Finland, right? So
should be at least a year away though.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
We presented all the Soviet players, but we did not present the Mongolian player. Maybe we
do that, and I will go Mongolian perspective, so we can see a bit what they are doing.
Yeah. Could you see what Tex is doing? Maybe we can get an insight into his build.
He's doing the focus trial of the llamas.
Oh.
I don't know what that is, but...
For llamas?
Yeah, minus 10% base stability. Yeah, they need to purge as well.
Yeah. They got that purge going.
Yeah, they got a lot of negative. Like, most of the communist nations around here, both the Soviets and the Mongolians, they need to do the purges.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they get problems.
Yeah, you can't have untrustworthy elements in the army. That's idea.
It doesn't work.
But playing Mongolia is Jonathan Sarge. He's a strong micro player. He's been playing with us for I think a couple of years at least. He's played Mongolia once before, and he has several times been on the Eastern Front, so he's experienced. And the strategy or the build is that he's going to build tank destroyers. So he will be the quick response force trying to push back the active tanks.
He has not gone down to the anti-tank guns yet, though, but the chassis are coming through here. So he is following up that strategy, definitely.
Looks like medium tank destroyers.
Yeah, indeed it does, and I guess he will go here, and then he will do the anti-tank.
Yeah, and probably complemented with mechanized because they have good advisors for motorized and mechanized. Yeah,
let's see. You can check out the advisors. He has got this guy that I will not try to pronounce, that has division defense and army experience gain. I don't know. Division defense is not. I mean, it can be good though, but
I think
like the meat wall will be Soviet.
Yeah.
The Mongolians need to do something else than standing at the line.
Yeah, definitely. But that's Mongolia, and as Mongolia, you can have a good impact. I mean, the Eastern Front is big, and there are many opportunities to take advantage of, but it can also be quite dangerous. A couple of games ago, Jonte, who is the German player, he had a beautiful build with Mongolia, and he had like 12 super tip-top mechanized divisions for the war, and then one wrong step and he lost all of them, and then you're sort of out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the miners, especially defensive miners, are a bit of glass cannons. You only get so many divisions fully equipped and out in the field, and if they get surrounded, you're kind of done.
Yeah.
And we have the pocket is closed here, so we will have the Chinese pocket closed, but it took quite some time. So now they have reinforced the line. The waves are coming up, so they can't really exploit that now. Because if they had closed that pocket before, they might have been able to run down quite quickly. But yeah, they can still break through quite good here. But
So we have a request from the chat to present Finland, and yeah, we were talking about Finland before. Let's move over to Finland. Finland, in the chat here we have present Finland, the pride of Södermalm, which is a part of Stockholm, for those of you who don't know. And Finland is played by Ivan. He's played at least 2 years with us now, I think. He's never played Finland before, but he's usually very committed and preps a lot. He did say though that he hasn't prepped as much as he would have liked to prep, or as much as he usually preps. But yeah, I think Finland is a good fit for him, because like you have certain parameters that you need to look at, certain spots that you need to defend, and if you do a solid build, you can hold out.
I'm a bit worried about his lines here, though, to be honest. Like, if I was Finland, I would defend here between the lakes.
Yeah.
Instead of here, because it's so broad, the line.
Yeah. I think also you are supposed to build like a supply depot or two, like there and further north.
We can see he is constructing infrastructure, steel refinery. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it could be a good idea, I think. If you're going to build stuff that uses steel, you might as well build a few steel refineries. You can build one in each state.
And a railroad up to Viipuri, and forts in Savo. So this will be the defense line here. We can check out the templates as well. See.
That looks like that's his strong division.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's mixing in some infantry together with his mountaineers in order to be able to push out more of these divisions. So these will be his main fighting divisions. You see, he has a full complement of support equipment there. Yeah. All 8 slots are taken. So these guys, especially with the Finnish modifiers, will be quite monstrous, I think.
Yeah, they have, like, Finland has one of the best field marshals in the entire game, with Field Marshal Carl Gustav Emil Mannerheim.
Black Mannerheim.
Yeah, he has a black complexion here in the mod, but I think it's a lighting.
It's probably some type of internet humor, I don't know.
And he has plus 30% max entrenchment.
Yeah.
And that is like winter specialist as well. And trickster, that's not that good, but it is the best defensive field marshal that you can get. Mannerheim is an absolute beast.
Finland is a good study in quality over quantity. Like, they have probably the best infantry in the game with all their modifiers counted in, but their manpower pool is really, really small. So in the Finnish Winter War, you may win, you may lose. It doesn't really matter that much to Finland, but what matters is that you don't lose your troops. So if he isn't able to hold the line, then he needs to conserve his troops and just surrender. And he will lose some territory, but he will still live to fight another day. Yeah,
I'm a bit like, if you say, this is impassable terrain though, right? Yeah, that's why it has that line. Yeah. Then it's then I agree with it.
He still doesn't have any defense further up north, though.
Yeah, I mean, at Finland, you can't really do the defense in depth because you don't have enough people. But if I was Finland, when I played Finland, I've drawn up the lines. Like, I draw the line here, I draw the line there, and then I draw the other lines, so I can easily just reassign the troops and fall back in good order if the Soviets are to break through. Because as you can see here, it's very hard to see in the winter where the lines actually are. Where is the lake? Where is the forest? So if you draw up your lines in advance and are prepared for it, it's easier to fall back. Because if you have trouble drawing up an order and you lose 2 of these divisions, that's a significant portion of your fighting power going out the window. And equipment can always be lend-lease from Germany and stuff, but manpower is... See, he's already down to 0 here, and he has limited conscription, so it will Yeah, it will be
he needs
interesting to see how it
probably
goes.
take that focus now. He has the political power for it. He needs to get more manpower out in the field.
Yeah, he is doing consolidating the White Guard now, which will give him 3% recruitable population. Also minus communist support, but that doesn't matter because it's 100% mass. Yeah, this one with this guy. Yeah, cool mustache. And they also have Caesar, which gives them a lot of defense, 15% on core territory, which is everything they will be defending. Let's check out China again. It's nothing new happening. New naval landing here.
Yeah, they keep hitting Qingdao to maybe get that naval invader trait. He still only has one marine division out, though, I think. But
yeah, I think
there were more in the production queue.
He has 18% on the invader trait now, so 19. He is getting there. And he will probably be able to grind this out.
Yeah, the China war is not anywhere near its end, so he has lots of time to do that.
Definitely not. And they have shortened the front a bit here as well. They've given up this fort to the Chinese. And,
that can't have been.
I don't think that was intentional, no. But
yeah, you wouldn't build a fort and then abandon it, I think. But it's obvious that the strategy is to just hold in the south for now.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. And they are navally, they are doing... they are just keeping the naval superiority outside China here. China has pretty much no navy to speak of.
Yeah. It's no contest. Speaking of navy, though, the Japanese are going for a battleship build. Quite traditional, I would say. Like, they have strong battleships. The history's biggest battleships, too, I think.
Yeah.
Yamato and so on. And he's facing the US fleet, which are going for the big carriers. So we'll see how that matchup goes in this new meta, because there are some changes to the naval system in the mod. Previously, you could take all your ships and put them into one big depth stack, and that was like the best way to go. And then you had convoy escort fleets and sub hunters and that kind of thing. But now in this mod you have a score of 150 points, and a destroyer is 1 point, a submarine is 1 point, light and heavy cruisers are 4 points, and then it's 6 points for a battleship, and I think 8 points for a carrier or super heavy battleship, but also just 8 points for a super heavy carrier, which is why I think both Italy and the US are going for those. Yeah. But this means that since you are capped to these 150 points, the weaker naval countries can actually put up a fight against the stronger naval countries. So in the last game, or if it was the game before that, the German fleet kept beating up the Royal Navy, because the Royal Navy, from the start, they have sort of like 2.5 of these stacks, while the German only had 1. And if your one stack is better than their best stack, then you will beat it, and then you go repair, and then you go beat them up again, and so eventually, yeah, we have some rain coming now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can hear it on the stream, but it's
raining
quite loud
a lot
in here.
Yeah, they probably can hear it. But we have rain acclimatization. And we have had Anschlusses done as well. We never touched on that, but...
Oh, yeah.
So we will probably see... I wonder what they will go here. Like, Sudetenland is probably not too far away. They don't have enough manpower in the field to do Sudetenland at this point. But they are probably almost there, I would say.
Yeah, probably.
It's getting there. It's not that far off until...
And we get some comments here from the chat. It sounds like we're talking through an old radio. That's great.
Yeah.
Sounds historical, I guess.
Yeah.
Talking to you from the front in China.
We will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them on the field. We will never surrender.
We will never surrender. Gonna have a look here.
Yeah. We have a cam in the Axis house as well that we could show at some point, so you see a bit how that looks. But I will have to ask our technicians.
So now you can see the Axis boys. That's not all of them you see though. Perpendicular to that table, you have another table stretching away. So there's a whole bunch of people right there.
Yeah, we'll see.
Right.
Now we see it on the stream as well here. We have the Axis cam. It's my old work phone duct taped to a stand, so it's kind of impressive that it works out that well.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Indeed, and that phone is probably pretty hot now. But we will do interviews there as well with different Axis players, so you don't get left out of the other house. And we will probably be able to show you the Allies house at some point as well. But
we did have some interviews prepared for if desyncs happen, which usually happen quite often. But so far we have had a very stable game. I mean, we have 37 players, 2 observers, and it's running really smoothly, which is it's great.
We are blessed by the Paradox gods. When Paradox is here officially, then there is no desyncs. They bring stability with them.
Yeah. We did get a message to Paradox that in the new Arms Against Tyranny, that Belgium and Ireland, that they need new focus trees too. So yeah, maybe that's something Paradox can look at.
Oh, China is activating the meat wall again here.
We have a question in chat if everybody brought their own PC, and yes, they did, except for the Shetland Island players. We've found some computers to borrow to them.
And we usually, like, the desyncs often happen because there is such a wide range of how good people's PCs are.
Yeah.
But this is good. We even have some people playing on MacBooks. And, it's. Again, I shouldn't diss the MacBooks. They're quite good on CPU-intensive games.
I don't know. I'm not Team Apple, but yeah, I think you don't want to be the player lagging down the entire game in front of the whole world watching. So I think a lot of people have bought new PCs just for this event.
Yeah, I think Stefan's just got a new MacBook, and I saw Lucas here, the technician, is. Stroking his MacBook sensually. It's a very good computer.
Joining the Japanese and Manchukuo players in the Asia Axis, we have also Siam.
Indeed, we do.
Siam is it's the smallest Axis country in Asia, and they usually don't do too much noise. This time it's played by Per. Per is an experienced player, really good micro, and good fighting spirit too. Like he doesn't give up. He will fight with whatever he has left, and he's just like his skill development the last few years have been really good. He's just played Siam once, and that was 3 years ago. But I think Siam has a great potential that we haven't really seen in our previous games. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. To put such an experienced player on Siam will be very interesting, because I think they can actually do a lot. Like, if they can threaten the Raj, that is a big headache for the Allies.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think Siam is going for a marine build.
Seems like it. They are.
See any clues to what he's doing already?
Let me check out the research here. They have researched, the basic. They are doing improved squad weapons now.
Yeah, and he has
some support.
If you look at the templates, he has a strong marine template there that he's building up. So he's going for TIE defenders, TIE fighters, and TIE interceptors, which are the defensive infantry. The TIE fighters are the marines, and the TIE interceptors are bicycle. No, it's just a bicycle.
Yeah, it's just a bicycle.
It's just a symbol, but it's motorized. Not sure if he'll build those though.
Yeah, those seems a bit meh, but the defenders here, I mean, these are strong defensive divisions. These are no These are no run-of-the-mill garrisons.
No, definitely. It seems like he's going quality over quantity as well.
Panay incident now. Strong protest against Japan from Great Britain and
Does
Japan.
Japan have no limits?
No, does Japan have no limits? I think that we might see some escalation between Japan and the United States at some point.
Yeah, just to close up on Siam though. Pat is following the golden rule of playing Siam, that you always garrison Bangkok, because we've had several games where Bangkok gets naval invaded and Siam just capitulates immediately. So that's rule one, playing Siam. You can see he's got the front line set up on the west, so he's probably tasked with fighting the Raj.
Yeah, he's getting these defenders out, and you see he's going to fill out this line. And I mean, usually you take these tiles, right, and you defend along the more defensible river.
Yeah.
Because this salient is impossible for the Raj to hold, so they...
Yeah, very easy to get cut off, so I don't think we'll see any Raj troops over there.
Yeah, I mean, the supply is just too stretched, so they will probably defend here. And we usually see stalemates lasting more or less the entire game along this river here, so...
Yeah, maybe we should present the Raj while we're in the area, because the Chinese war, it's still chugging on slowly. We have another little pocket over by Qingdao, so the Japanese are cutting up some Chinese troops, but yeah, it's slow going. They're doing it very slowly and systematically, which I think is the right approach. Anyways, playing on the British Raj, we have Pontus. Pontus is quite an experienced player at this stage by now, and
Trotsky is dead. Rip.
Oh, he died?
Yeah, they got him third time. Third time's the charm.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
No. Yeah, he's going for a classical Raj build, where he's going for defensive infantry. You can see him, he's putting a bunch of infantry there on the coast to not get naval invaded. Also, the Indians have the Gorkha infantry special forces, so he's going to go for those. He did say, though, that if he manages to hold out long enough, that then he will start thinking about going on the offensive and converting those Gorkha troops to Marines instead.
Oh. Yeah, that's a very smart play. We have seen a lot of times recently where you build, because all the special forces use special forces equipment.
Yeah.
So it's kind of flexible what you want to do with them. Yeah.
He also has an awesome outfit, like a whole Indian style outfit, which is awesome.
We'll have to show that off in the interviews.
Yeah. And last time at last Bergagårdhof, he played France, and he had the striped sweater and the beret and a baguette and cheese and red wine. Like he really goes into it, which is great form.
Definitely. Now my phone is doing stuff.
So we have some opinions here in the chat that Japan is failing. That we have a user 0815 saying that when he plays Japan, he usually attacks in different locations to force the Chinese to defend in different places. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure what the correct strategy is. Usually when I play Japan or Manchukuo, I try to naval invade down south at the what's it called, Hainan, that island there. You can cut off the Chinese troops to the left there.
Now when you said it, we can see here that they are preparing a naval invasion of 7 marine divisions to Guangzhou.
Yeah.
So
and they were just trained, I think. So probably he was just waiting for more marines to show up before he started doing more.
They are even deployed a bit early, it seems.
Yeah, the rookies
they're still rookies, so
maybe he's feeling the pressure. No, he's training them now. He wants to get them regular before he... Yeah.
They might be getting a bit stressed because, I mean, he is steadily expanding his foothold, but it's not a fast China war by any means.
Yeah, but it never is in this mode. Like it's with these waves of soldiers, you really get bogged down, and if you try to go too quickly forward, you just get.
And I mean, if you look at the losses, he still have 1.7 million manpower. He only has limited conscription, and he only lost 38,000 to the Chinese 2.4 million. So
he's doing a good job, I'd say.
Yeah,
and,
no hurry for him.
Yeah, we have some people responding here in the chat that it's different in the mod, and I think that might be why you don't recognize yourself there, user 0815.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to have a look over here how the focuses are progressing in Europe. We have Sudetenland is being done now.
Yeah.
We'll see if it will be peace in our time or war. Nah, it will be peace in our time. It's in the rules. But
We are about 1 year from the war now, though, so it should be pretty clear what people are going for, what bills are going for.
definitely. And I do think at some point here it will not... I see here that the Soviets have prepared battle orders for...
Oh yeah, they're
for the
preparing for the
Winter
Winter
War.
War.
And
If you take a look at their production queue, you will see why Dan is the man of garrisons. And just scroll down. And keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down.
oh yeah, the meat wall is
This is the
getting
meat wall.
constructed. Yeah,
This is the meat wall.
definitely. And
But we have some tanks here.
Tank.
Tanks.
What?
Have a look at that template. No, that's the wrong... No, that's...
What is it?
Yeah.
So he is
Yeah.
doing some.
He said he would do motorized, but it looks like he's got some light tanks.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he's just using the crappy light tanks that he has from the beginning for the Finns.
Yeah, that
That's
might
possible.
be it.
That's possible.
That might be it. And let's see, they are doing with the spies. They are building a spy network and collaboration governments and everything in Finland. So this winter war will probably not
Yeah.
be far away.
Collaboration government means they're preparing for occupation.
Yeah, I know the audio. It's raining cats and dogs out here.
Yeah. So we're going back to 1940s radio transmission. The Soviet strategy is to focus pretty heavily on Finland, though. So they will have four players microing against Ivan. So it's got a challenge here.
What the hell? The sky is falling down or something.
Yeah, we didn't plan for this. We were afraid of sunshine ruining the lighting, but we didn't think about the rain ruining the sound.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have a look at Poland.
Yeah.
They will probably be the first ones to bear the brunt of the German attack. Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it might sound worse for us than it does for you, because we can barely hear ourselves. But
They're saying it's not too bad.
we
though.
have some professional mics here. So. Yeah, I get a thumbs up from the technician, so we will just keep talking as normal.
So, on Poland, we have Sebastian Eklund. He is a pretty new player. He's never played Poland before. So it's exciting to see what he will do with it. There's not too much pressure playing Poland though, because you're really meant to lose. Like you're not even meant to hold out a bit like the French could be expected to do. And after that, you don't really have a homeland, so you can't really be attacked. So you just you can just surprise.
Yeah, and as you see here in the Polish focus grid, there is a lot of focuses that you can get late. Let's see, where are they? Let's see. So I can find them here. Sudeten mountains. I can't really find them now, but you get a lot of perks that you can use after you lose as well.
Right.
So yeah.
So I'm looking a bit at the stats of Sebastian, and he's been in 3 games before with us, but he hasn't played for 6 months now. So I'm hoping he's been training on his own, or maybe he's a bit rusty. We'll see. But I think he's going for an infantry special forces build as well.
Yeah, it seems like it. We can check here what Poland has. Winged Hussars is their main regiment. This is Mountaineers.
Yeah.
1 support company, cavalry recon detachment.
Winged Hussars is also his player name, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing Polish lore.
And this is the standard division, and the frontline division. He has an anti-tank,
Ah.
so he might actually do some damage on the Germans, because the German tactic here is to actually let the Balkan bros do the Poland attack.
Yes.
They have a doctrine called the Balkan Bros Banana Split.
Yeah, Balkan Bros Banana Split. And the point is that the Germans don't do any pushing, basically, and they let the Balkan players push up from the south, which allows the German players to go quickly towards France instead. So they're going for a around the Maginot tactic on France through Belgium and the Netherlands, as is common, but they're doing it right away.
Yeah.
So the Balkan Bros will have to deal with Poland. It doesn't look like the Polish are defending the south.
Yeah, they do not seem prepared for this at all, because they are defending here. They have 18 divisions here. They have the Warsaw line, but they are really not and have any, because if you roll through from Balkan up here, this will disintegrate fast.
But maybe it's a good strategy though, but because since you have so few units to defend against so much, it might be a good thing to consolidate it around a smaller area up there in the north.
Yeah, probably. We will see what happens. Checking back on China, let's see. Japan has consolidated the front. So they have been able to link up their initial naval invasion with the push from Manchukuo.
Yeah.
So they will have less supply problems. They still have not done anything with this
Yeah, they still seem to be training. Yeah.
We have, they are now at the regular level, so any day now they will probably naval invade Guangzhou.
It's a nice pocket there of Chinese troops.
Yeah, this is. If we look at the losses now, I guess they will have gone even higher. Almost 3 million.
Almost 3 million to 50,000 Japanese. What's that ratio?
Yeah,
That's
this is
a pretty juicy ratio.
yeah, this is a juicy ratio for Japan, and they also have the collaboration governments on China in order to get their capitulation limit down a bit. If we check their collaboration here, they already have 60% collaboration.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So it won't take. I mean, they will need to push to Chongqing, though,
Definitely.
and that is deep in China. So.
Yeah.
If you look at the front, it's still a lot of Chinese troops here, so this won't end anytime soon.
Yeah, let's see how many more Chinese have to die before this thing is over.
Yeah, if we check China here, they still have almost... They have 9.7 million manpower, and they've lost 3 million men. They just have so many people.
Yeah, they're not running out.
Can we check here? They have the second wave mobilized.
Right, and
So-
the second of two, I think.
Yeah, I think they have 3 waves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So when the next Chinese wave is mobilized, that will be the last of it. So eventually Chiang Kai-shek will probably crumble under the pressure here.
Let's see, is the naval invasion going?
It is indeed, right? No? No, that's the Hong Kong.
Oh yeah,
see here.
they're still
Yeah,
waiting.
they're still preparing. And the Chinese are still throwing themselves against the wall here. I'm going to check on the Soviets again, because I do have a feeling that the Winter War will be starting soon. They have not selected a national focus, but I do think we have the claims in the Baltic. Where is the Winter War focus? Winter War. No, I don't. I play Soviets too little to know where it is. But
They are not yet receiving any lend-lease from the Allies, because we have a rule against it. We can only send lend-leases to countries at war. But I do know for a fact that as soon as the war starts, they will receive lots of stuff from the US.
Yeah.
That's a thing that we've discussed in the pre-game analysis, and which might become a factor. I think we mentioned it earlier as well, that we only have one player playing in the US and only one player on the UK, as opposed to like, 2 on Japan, or was it 3 on Japan? No, 2 on Japan, and so they will have a challenge keeping up with the micro.
definitely.
And a way to do that is just to give away your stuff to a country that has more players, the Soviet Union.
Should we present the United States? We haven't really gone across the Atlantic yet.
Yes, let's. So playing the United States is Jakob. He is how should I say? Like, he's an experienced player. He hasn't been here from the beginning, but he's really caught up and passed a bunch of players.
Yeah.
He has many more medals than he has veterancy stars, you might say. He also plays in other communities, so he plays weekly in multiplayer games. He's a strong micro and macro player, but he's never played the US before in any of our games, which is interesting. And a bit surprising.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting to see because he is really an innovative player. He usually does some new tactics, often to great success.
Yeah.
You might say, but he has been quite focused on Japan historically. So now playing in the United States is quite a unique allies major in a big game like this, doing innovative new stuff. It's
he really knows his enemy though, since he's played Japan that many times. Now we have Thunderstorm.
Probably
nothing you can hear, but
Monka S, as they say. You know the green frog that's nervous? Monka S. Okay, well, I'm more down with the kids.
Yeah, I'm not. You have to.
No, but I mean the technicians are saying, "Chat, you know Monka S, right?" I will be redeemed for this.
Yeah, the chat knows it. Especially Krabby, he's done with the memes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Anyways, yeah. So Jacob is going for once again a very unconventional build. He is not building any planes at all, except the ones that he will put on his carriers. Instead, he's hoping Mexico will build all the planes that he needs, and this is quite uncommon.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Mexico doesn't have that many military factories, so I don't know. Will there be enough planes?
Yeah, and that he depends a lot on Mexico, and they have the civil war and stuff. If we can see Mexico here, now they have some sort of
A priest?
A priest, yeah. But they should have started. I mean, it's still only 3 transport planes.
Yeah.
From Mexico.
But if you look at his technology, maybe he's going for the 39. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The heavy fighter is getting researched here.
So probably we will see Mexico as soon as he's researched that one. He will go fully on airplanes.
He has it's the airplanes for Mexico, definitely.
And he's been saving up the.
They captured Joe Biden. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, you'll probably see him shifting all his factories to fighters as soon as that technology is done. Yeah. And you still see Jakob.
Yeah, he is doing, but that's naval.
He's doing the text for the planes.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, perhaps he has some sort of plan B if things don't go to plan. The thing is, the United States has so many factories, and once the sleeping giant wakes, you can really transition into producing whatever you want, more or less. So.
Definitely. He has a very singular focus and strategy in this game, though. He's going for Amtrak battalions. So he's going to build like a small army of very competent Amtraks, and he will go straight for the Japanese islands. He will, he won't focus anywhere else, and that's his focus. The rest of the allies are focused in different places, but Jakob he's the only one focused straight away on Japan, as I understand it. And did we present Mexico, the Mexican player?
No, I don't think we did. We have an absolutely gigantic US fleet here as well.
Yeah, they start with a lot of stuff. So, the Mexican player is Remefors.
Oh, desync.
Oh, we have our first desync. That means we're going to get an interview with the Spanish player. If the Spanish player... No, we're not getting an interview with the Spanish player, so never mind. But yeah, we can keep talking about Remefors from Mexico. Yeah. He's been in most of our games since he joined the community in 2021. He's played Mexico once before, and he's usually a stable pair of hands.
Like we said before, he's the one building the fighters for the US heavy fighters because it's in the Pacific and it needs the extra range. He's also the spy master, you could say, towards Japan. So he's got a focus on sending spies. Yeah.
You want a beer?
I would love a beer.
Yeah.
It's past 11 o'clock, so it's yeah, it's about that time. So yeah, who do we have in the chats? We have 72 people watching the stream right now, which is great. And we have our first interview here. And it is Mexico, Remafors. Please. How are you doing? Good. And what happened with the Mexican Civil War? Was that planned?
Yes, it was planned.
It was planned?
Yes.
Tell me about the plan.
It was to defeat a civil war to get optimal place.
Okay. Okay. I haven't tried that tactic before, but it seemed to work out good. Like the your opposing side had, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to speak a bit louder for the stream.
It was planned. It was USA's plan.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah. No surprise there. The preppy Jacob had a special tactic for his Mexican friend.
Yes.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out well. Your opponent had 0 divisions, so yes. Quite an easy war.
Yeah, they managed to get up one division.
Okay, yeah. So very manageable.
Yeah.
So you are building the entire air force for the US?
Yes.
And
CIA.
And the CIA, right? You're the intel responsible person against Japan, yeah. And do you think you will be able to produce enough planes as Mexico?
I hope so. I will probably have maybe 350, 400 by 41.
Okay. Yeah, we saw you haven't really started building the fighters yet, but as soon as you get the 39 version, you will switch over entirely almost, or?
Yes.
And you're also saving up your air XP to be able to get a good variant, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I will at least from America.
Yeah.
I think maybe 40 or 41. Yeah, 41.
You will lend lease to America, or?
No, they will give me heavy fighters.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. Makes sense, because the Mexican industry maybe isn't enough to provide the entire air force.
No.
Yeah.
And I might get some strap bombers as well.
Cool. Cool. And so you're going straight to Japan when the war begins, basically?
Yes.
Okay. Nice. I think the desync is... Yeah, we're up and running again, so you should maybe get back to your country. Thanks for the quick interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, take care. And I just got a beer delivery. Is this the British or the American ale?
I think it's the British one. I thought I would start with the one that is a bit lighter on alcohol.
Good. Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Indeed.
So, to all the people watching back home, cheers. And to you,
yeah. Cheers.
Cheers, technical team.
Yeah. No, we got another tasting. Or no, it's just me. I didn't cancel last one.
Yeah, it's no longer in. Oh wow. Yeah, it's a second desync. Yeah. Oh, we got a hot join.
Oh yeah, we got the hot join here. And we have the other nicknames that we didn't go through. We have Friendly Franco and Regina de Parmigiano, Pasta Alfredo, Clintonescu, the dictator.
Yeah, the stereotypes are harder than the rain.
Baguette de l'Amour, Hank the Tank.
But he seems to have picked the wrong country, right? No. Is that the French flag?
No, that's the Yugo... No?
Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Yugoslavia. I don't know. Pluvno kill Albania. Kimi Räikkönen. Hot communist hunter.
So we got some scores from the chat. That's great.
Yeah. This was good. I think the thunder has stopped. That's reassuring, at least.
Yeah. You just take a moment to catch our breath here.
Yeah. And New Zealand, I have no mean for this country.
What about the Kiwis or I don't know?
Mahatma Pontus.
Yeah, and he looks the part too.
Yeah,
he really looks the
indeed.
part.
We have to bring him into the studio later.
Definitely.
The outfit
definitely.
is too good. I just met him now by the beer.
And it's not cultural appropriation if he actually plays the country. I mean, then he's
I don't think so.
yeah. Then it's just honoring the culture, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. He's taking a stance against the British overlords.
Exactly. Yeah, so we're still in the lobby simulator.
Yeah, we have a send game being sent now to Steffens. The only MacBook takes the longest.
I think we could maybe bring in the French player if we have. No, wait, they're starting. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
all right.
He will have his hands full.
Indeed, he will. Let's see here. Things are progressing. They are trying to close in on a bigger pocket here again, I think, Japan.
Yeah, they really moved out, starting to take a bit more territory. It looks like the Chinese, what wave are they on? Still second wave. They still have
But if they kill off this, then we will have a third wave on our hands, I think.
And the naval invasion in the south has
It has?
landed, and the Chinese are unable to push them out.
Yeah, there's 6 divisions. I mean, if you look, I haven't really looked at... Oh,
Another desync. Another desync. Okay, then we want the French player in here.
yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like a really big encirclement coming here very soon in China.
Yeah.
You can still look around, even if it's desyncing. That's
Oh,
nice.
all right. Yeah, so we have, I mean, this will be interesting to see. Once they close this, then we will have the third wave.
That will probably push the numbers up
Yeah.
to 4 million.
And they are also lacking some now. They've gone down to 8 million manpower, so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are moving down. These losses are starting to hurt them.
Yeah, still 229 divisions out.
Yeah,
But,
and they are still at volunteer only.
and we have to do a rehost.
Yeah, okay, so
But
it's really
here we
hot
have
time.
the
So back to the
Yeah.
studio then.
back to the studio.
So
Are we in the war room now, or what's our background?
yeah, are we in the war room?
Do you
Yes,
want to
that I
interview
can-
the Frenchie?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Bonjour. Nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so this is Magnus, our French player. So what do you think of the game so far?
Well, you know, it's been actually a bit more of a sweaty game than I thought. You know, as France, basically what you do is you're kind of in a bad position, and then you try to make that position slightly less bad. So you have kind of a weak economy. You're participating in the Spanish Civil War, but you're pretty much intended to lose that. And we had actually quite an exciting Spanish Civil War from our point of view.
Yeah,
we really felt that
definitely.
we kind of had them in an encirclement, doubled back. We took a chance that didn't pan out, but not to give too much away. And any Access players watching, stop doing that. But my economy is not doing too well. This really panned out differently from when you try to practice before the game against the AI. So I'm not too confident, but you should keep an eye on the north of France.
Yeah. But you did get your Mountaineers out, right? Because we switched over from the Spanish Civil War a bit.
Yeah.
But we saw that the Soviets lost a bit. But you got some veterans from the Civil War.
Yeah, well, you know, Don carried the brunt as the Soviet player in the Spanish Civil War, and he managed to get an encirclement, but we couldn't manage to keep that pocket closed. And so he lost 4 divisions. I had my French divisions on the right side, tried to help him out, but at least I got my divisions out. So, you know, not a catastrophe for me.
Okay, and what will we see in northern France? What's your game plan?
Well, you know, my game plan is pretty much trying to turn this into a World War I mod. So we're looking at entrenchments. We're looking at basically a wall of infantry, and you should keep an eye on that. I'm trying to basically giving my game plan away here, but I'm trying to kind of entice our very cautious German players into thinking that. Trying to overextending, getting a bit too confident, trying to think that they broke it through, you know, through the mud and the blood to the green fields beyond, and then cut them off. So we'll see how that works. But basically, I'm expecting a slog.
Yeah, yeah, but that sounds interesting. It would be massive for the continuation of the war if you manage to get some encirclements there.
Yeah, well, we were looking at some more ambitious plans. Not to give too much away, but there is an opportunity to power drop Hungary, which would have been just lovely. But we also want to win the game, so
Yeah.
sadly, we can't deliver that much, enjoyment for the viewers. But I'm hoping that they like a bit of a slog.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Any requests for the Western Front?
Well, we have nothing to request, but a good fight. We're really looking forward to the
you can expect
outbreak
a
of
good
the war
fight.
here. Yeah, very nice. Thank you very much, and we will see you on the battlefield.
Merci beaucoup. À demain.
Yeah, we have some message from the chat. Great looking France. Indeed. He gave you like this. Yeah, we have some RP going on here. We have some French outfit. We have some Indian outfit. It's good that people are taking the game seriously here. You need to fit the role. I think that's why I put on the scarf. I don't know what role I'm trying to fit with that one, but at least it's a little color in an otherwise rather white outfit. And now my co-host here is back.
Have you started the game?
No, I have to.
We have to rejoin.
Oh, I haven't even quit the lobby. I need to do this.
We're not the last ones in, though.
No, I don't. I wouldn't think so either. Let's see here. Refresh, and there.
This is the part of playing Hearts of Iron. There are some rehosts, some desyncs. You just learn to live with it, but it's still quite stable compared to how it's been at times.
Yeah, we've had a very stable game so far. It's usually like the China war tends to overwhelm sometimes because there is just so much going on with these big encirclements, and this when the China meat wall pushes, it's just a lot of data. I guess I'm not sure how it works, but it seems like it correlates somehow.
Yeah, so I just had a walk around the Allies players. They seemed quite.
They're feeling a bit.
Yeah, they're not elated or like, ooh, let's do this. They're quite. It's quite tense. Everybody's very focused, and yeah.
Yeah, I think to be honest, the war so far, like the battles that we have seen, the Spanish Civil War, did not go in the Allies' favor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. If they play the rest of the game well, it's obviously just a bump in the road, but it is a bit of a hard start for them. But yeah. I spoke to Magnus now. I remember we panned away from the Civil War when after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, but he managed to get his mountaineers out.
Yeah.
So he has a bit of veteran mountaineers, and he was talking about some shenanigans in northern France with luring the Germans in. And,
oh yes. It
will be interesting to see. A fighting France is at least very fun for the viewers. I mean, they will probably not hold, but if France can delay the Germans and turn it into a bit of a slog, as Magnus said, it can really, really hamper the Axis in the long run, especially if they manage to encircle some German armor, which I got the feeling was the ambition. That can really hurt the Barbarossa later, especially now with the infantry meat wall in the Soviet Union. They will really need those veteran armor divisions to be able to punch through those lines.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see. The French player can hold out quite well until Italy joins. Then it's sort of too much for them. But Italy does not really want to station troops on the French border. They would much rather have them prepare towards Greece or have them in North Africa to prepare for that. So if the French player managed to divert Italian forces, that's also a win.
Definitely, and it will be very interesting also to see how the Greece player and those affect the North African front.
Yeah.
Because we usually don't have players on Greece.
Yeah.
But they can really have an impact on North Africa, harassing supply lines, raiding convoys. and just in general tying down Axis forces in the mountains.
Yeah, and I know the plan for Greece is to they will capitulate most probably, and but they get to keep Crete. They are not allowed, however, to evacuate their entire army to Crete in order to save it. So they will just have like a garrison or so. But the UK will move up troops from Egypt to defend Crete, and then from Crete and from Egypt, the French player and the Greek player are tasked with naval invading Greece, or re-invading, you could say.
Yep.
And we are running again. We are running in the game.
Indeed. Let's keep our eyes on this pocket here. And see what the Japanese do, because this will be closed off, and then we will have a third and final Chinese wave of infantry defense.
Yeah. This big pocket, if they clear that will probably trigger the third wave. I think it's based on casualties.
I saw now that the Axis has turned, the landscape mode has flipped on the Axis cam.
Oh.
But I guess... Oh no!
Oh, another desync. That's unfortunate.
I think it's the China war that is...
It's a lot of desyncs in a short while now. That's a bit worrying.
Yeah, it's indeed an ominous sign.
We'll see what happens, though. I'm going to try to get someone from the Axis team for an interview in a separate room.
Yeah, you do that, and I will sit here in the meanwhile and look over some things while we wait.
Where else would you go?
Yeah, indeed.
Where else would you be?
True. But now we're not having a rehost. It's just let's see if we can get an interview here. If we can get the camera flipped as well. I don't know why it does that. Let's see. We have a question in the chat. What's the status of the UK Air Force?
That's a good question.
Indeed, I will look into that
right now.
After the hot joins.
Yeah.
I will check out the UK Air Force.
Let's see. See if we can get a... I'll just join their Discord and tell them. Hello, Axis.
I hear
Hello, Axis. Hello.
Ni är bara
Hello?
en stor min, eller min större än menar jag.
Chaos in the Axis chat. Hello.
Hello?
I would like to interview the Spanish player. Could the Spanish player please go to the social channel?
Yes.
And we'll see if we can get it also on the stream. Yes. Hello. I think we have the sound on the stream now. This is the Spanish player, Lövgren.
Hi. Here.
Are you satisfied with the Civil War?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. It was a little bit dicey there for a short while, but well, we managed to capture some Soviets, and that's always fun.
Yeah, it was very clear what the deciding moment was. Oh no, we have another desync. Yeah, it was very clear what the deciding moment was. The Spanish push got cut off, and they almost got surrounded. They were down to the last tile, but then you managed to do a counter surround and kill almost all the Soviet mountaineers.
Yeah, all according to plan.
All according to plan. So, what is your plan going forward? Will you go the volunteer route, or when will you join the war?
I will join the war later, and hopefully reunite all the Iberian Peninsula under one flag.
And when you say later, that's very unspecific.
It's a little bit unspecific at the moment, but we'll see when I join, when I have the forces ready to do it.
And how would you say how is the general feeling in the Axis camp? How are the spirits?
The spirits are high.
Yeah, I heard when I just went into the Discord to try and get you out there. It seems like there's it's a different vibe in the Axis house than in the Allies house.
Well, we have the best vibe here, and hopefully the vibe continue all through the night and the game.
Have you started drinking the Japanese and German beers yet?
So far, I have not began to drink the beer, but there's a lot of beer going around in the house right now.
Okay. That might explain the spirits, the high spirits.
Yeah.
Well, great job in the Civil War, and good luck later on in the real war.
Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
Take care.
So yeah, that was the Spanish player, and he seemed pretty happy with himself, as does the whole Axis team seem.
Yeah, they have had success so far, and we'll see if that success holds out throughout the game. But now we have a closing of the Chinese pocket here from the Japanese player, and this is looking very bad for China. So
Yeah, that would probably trigger the third wave, I think. We promised to look at the UK flight situation.
let's check it out here.
We also have a comment in the chat that this is like a Bokoan game, but with booze. Yes, I would say that's a pretty apt description. I would also say that in our community we're quite a bit nicer. Like, I mean, they can have quite a raw tone. No bad feelings, or how you should say, no offense, but we're nicer to each other, I would say. We're nicer to each other. Let's leave it at that. But I would say they are better players, though, because they play like several times a week, and we don't, most of us. So, yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll probably challenge them. We'll pick the best players in our team and have like 4 co-ops in each country, and then we could challenge them maybe.
Yeah, we should do like the Bokoan versus Hygge HOI historical.
Yeah, no, bow games just end up in screaming matches, someone says. Yeah, I've seen that happen once or twice. A lot of players like getting banned, and it can get quite rowdy. They're competitive players, you could say.
Right, let's check out the UK Air Force here then. They have a quite 900, 181 fighters here. They have some down in Egypt, cast and tactical bombers, and some on in Cyprus.
They have 1,684 planes in total out right now, which is not too much. I think the Germans said that they would have like 3,000 by the war starts.
Yeah, let's check out the Germans, because here we have 1,000. They have 3,000.
3,000 planes.
So the Axis is definitely dominating the air game as of right now.
But the amount of fighters is about the same, though. Oh, another resync. But it took a bit longer for this resync to happen, so maybe they'll be less and less frequent as we go.
Yeah,
on.
I think once this China pocket is closed, it is usually the big Sino-Japanese War pockets that desyncs the lesser computers.
Perhaps. That's your professional analysis.
Indeed, I actually studied engineering.
You did? I just crashed.
You crashed.
I crashed.
Oh well, I am still uncrashed, so I crashed now.
Okay. Yeah, that's what happens.
Will start. Again.
Will you all join us in prayers to the paradox gods, the god of desync and the god of lobbies? Please bless our game and give us a stable game from here on. Amen.
Yes.
I get thumbs up from the technicians. They joined my prayer. Paradox guys in the backs are looking a bit... Yeah, he's giving me the blessing. But they're also getting a bit... I don't know, maybe they're a bit embarrassed. Their game is not holding stable. They could always blame the mod, though. Like,
yeah.
If you mod the game, you suit yourself. Yeah, you get a thumbs up. That's a good take.
Well, we're back here. Let's see if the game is up.
Yeah, we got some great compliments here from Night Round 285. That he's finding our YouTube channel very informative, and we have some really good clips there for both newer and more advanced players actually. Some tutorials, quite short clips, like 3, 4, 5 minutes. If you want, maybe now is a good time to watch one of them, because we're still trying to get the game back up and running.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't want to be the last one in.
I think, let's see there, observer and ready. I can't ready yet.
So let's
Sure.
look a bit at the viewership. Yeah, 70 viewers. That's nice.
Yeah, welcome to the channel, and
Yeah.
we can do the start info again because we have more viewers now.
Yeah.
So welcome to Hygge HOI community. We are doing a physical LAN called Bergagårdhof. This is the third time we're gathering in this fashion, and we have an Axis house and we have an Allied house. And this is the studio located in the Allied house, and we are doing a historical multiplayer in a modification of World War Bro with 36 players,
37, I think.
37 players even. So we have 4 players in Germany. We have 4 players. On
3 on Germany, 4 on the Soviets.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, 4 Germans.
4
yeah.
Germans.
Wow.
And,
No.
yeah,
Yeah.
we have a lot of players.
Lots of
And
players.
a lot of players on countries that usually don't have players. We have a Poland, we have New Zealand, we even have a Greece, Mexico, and this is looking out to be a very fun game. We have had Spanish Civil War already, which you might say ended in an Axis victory, and we have the slog in China going on right now. And we have just been looking through the Air Force of the United Kingdom, which is quite small compared to what you find in Germany. So the air game is also in favor of the Axis at
But
the
they do
moment.
seem to have the same amount of fighters, like 1K fighters on the UK. And let's look at Germany again. We have
Yeah, they are producing, though. They have...
about 1K fighters on Germany as well.
Yeah. And they also, UK has 1.59 fighter ones coming out of the factories each day, and the Germans, let's see what they have. They are doing transport planes and they are doing TAC bombers. There we have the fighters, 2.95 a day. So the Germans are out producing the United Kingdom when it comes to the fighters, and we see here that the Germans are preparing paradrops on the west coast of Norway.
Oh, yes.
So we will see that when the war kicks off. And we have the Soviets are probably going into the Winter War rather soon. It is closing in to the start of the real war, so to speak.
Yeah, the Winter
Japan-
War should start at any time, right?
Yeah, they have not. They are not doing the Winter War focus at the moment, but it should be like the next one, right? I'm not very well versed in the Soviet focus tree, but they should do it at some point here. And we see that the Japanese have actually expanded one tile out from Guangzhou, and they are making their way down the Chinese coast.
And they closed that big pocket.
Yeah, indeed they did. And we will also see here that China has still only the second wave No, the third wave is mobilized.
Yeah, and they're up to 4 million casualties now.
Yeah, so this is going to be a close rather soon. They're down to 7 million manpower, and they have lost 4 million men in the field, and the third wave is already mobilized. So they are going to fold at some point rather soon.
It seems like Finland still hasn't defended the very north of his country.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
that's a strategy I've seen sometimes, that Finland just does a defensive line straight across the country because most victory points are in the south anyways.
Yeah, definitely. If I was playing Finland, which I've done sometimes, I would definitely defend like this river and this river as the first line, and then paint fallback lines over here between the lakes and just slowly fall back to Helsinki.
Yeah, you can see that the Finnish troops are still under strength though, so they are not ready to fight, and I doubt that they will be full strength by the time the war starts. So I'm a bit worried for Ivan on Finland right now.
Yeah, Finland is definitely... Yeah, they are not full strength. Even at the Viipuri line, they are lacking in equipment, and that can prove to be quite an issue for them.
Yeah, all of their divisions are under strength, really. And I crashed again.
But yeah, we'll see what they manage to do with this. But if the Soviets, as they have said in the tactics, have prepared for the Winter War and are going to focus a lot on the Winter War, I do think that the Finnish player will have trouble.
Yeah. From the looks of it now, he will definitely have some trouble.
Yeah.
We got some activity in the chat here. Is there a way to participate in those events as a minor major player? Yeah, at the moment we're not accepting new players to the community, but you could send us an email or a message, and we will take it under advisement, and maybe you could practice play in one of our blitz games, one of our less prepared games online, and if it works out, then it works out. But yeah, often Canada produces tanks or planes. That's correct. This time they're producing tanks, and they have they've got quite the advanced build in the Allied team, because the UK starts with a tank that has a 38 tech gun, so they produce that to Canada and South Africa. Also, Canada has an ahead of time bonus for mechanized, so they will research that and produce it to South Africa. And so the plan is that by the start of the war, or at least late 39, both Canada and South Africa will have 5 divisions each ready in El Alamein, which is quite something. And I think the Germans are only sending like 4 tank divisions down there, so it doesn't look good for the Germans beforehand.
Yeah, the Germans have sheeped out a bit this game. The volunteers that they sent to Spain was quite under-equipped, quite under-strength. But they seem to have put that into their economy, because the Axis actually managed to eke out quite a decisive victory in the Spanish Civil War. And you can see that the Germans are totally beating out the UK in the air production. So just as let's see here. User 1815 said, like, I do worry a bit about the UK's air capabilities, at least in the short term, given that they are getting so outproduced.
The game is running again.
Indeed it is, and we're looking at Canada here. They are making tanks, medium tanks, and only medium tanks.
Yeah, that's according to plan.
All the factories on medium tanks.
They will get the rest that they need from the US. That's the plan.
They have the division named medium tanks with a picture of a medium tank.
That's straightforward.
Yeah, so this is a medium tank Canada. No doubt about it.
Just 28 width for now, but probably going up to 30 later.
Yeah, probably. And stuff happening in China as well. This salient here, they are just letting the Chinese grind down their organization and equipment on it.
Yeah, just holding out.
And the Chinese divisions are even starting to get under strength now, as you can see here on the small little bars. So they will be able to see they are snaking down here.
And that's a long snake.
That is indeed a long snake. And they are getting pushed back out here. So I think the snake was maybe a bit too long, but against AI China, you don't really risk encircling.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that against a player.
Yeah, if this was a player China, they would, they would do this and they would be gone. So, but I think I see the plan here is quite clear. They are going to try to link up these two fronts and just sweep the harbors, and then it's pretty much good night, spearhead to Chongqing and war over.
Quite systematic.
Indeed, I think the Axis, as we said before, they are doing old, proven strategies that we have known to work in games before, and that might be the way here.
Yeah, I think as many times before, it will be decided on the Eastern Front. Whether whoever wins in North Africa or not, it's not the decider of the game, but it's decided on the Eastern Front. So will the the Axis assault guns be able to break through the meat wall of Dawn and his compatriots? We will have to see.
Yeah, that would be the interesting thing. Like, I mean, we have we had Axis victories? Like, can the Axis win without winning the Eastern Front? It has happened, I believe, but
No.
quite no.
I don't
not
think
really.
so.
Like,
I don't think so. Well, I think we had a game like a long time ago where there was a crazy invasion of the US, and I think that game was, they capitulated before the Soviets did.
But the thing is with the Eastern Front, like when you do the infantry Soviets, like if you do tank Soviets, then you have a lot of punch, but you do not have as much defense. So if you lose, you really lose, right?
Yeah.
But now you get when you have the meat wall infantry, Eastern Front, you might end up in a situation where, you hold the Germans, they can't push through, but you can't really do anything back to them because you only have the infantry.
Yeah.
So the Germans just hold the line, focus on all the other things, and once the Axis have broken 2 D-days and consolidated with Spain and the other countries, they just focus the Soviets and win, basically. So the Eastern Front usually decides the war, but it decides it in different ways.
Yeah.
Because it can just be a World War I simulator on the Eastern Front, and then eventually you can't really hold it anymore.
Yeah.
So
The thing with using garrisons in your front line is they are really slow. They are down to 2 kilometers per hour, so you can't really move them around to help other parts of the front. But that's where their quick response forces come in. Like they have motorized that will meet any German advance, as well as Mongolia who will meet their tanks. So I think that's the big plan.
yeah, definitely. And also, like as user 1815 said here, it will be interesting to see if the Germans does an early Barbarossa and they still haven't caught up in the air war from the Allies side. It could really be an issue in the Eastern Front because those infantry meat walls really struggle. If the Germans have like good tanks and total air superiority, close air support, they can just paradrop supply hubs, and you really can get torn to shreds there. If you look at this front line, for example, if the Axis have air superiority, drop some railway junctions here, I mean, you can't supply this amount of men.
Yeah.
So, it will be interesting to see.
The Allies have an interesting 3-pronged strategy, though, for where when Barbarossa begins, their plan is to take as much focus from the Euro axis as possible to get some pressure off the Soviets. So you don't get the 7 versus 5 players microing or whatever.
Yeah.
So as soon as Barbarossa begins, they've split up the Euro allies into 3 teams. So the first team is the UK, South Africa, and Canada, and they're supposed to hold El Alamein quite classically. But when Barbarossa begins, they might start pushing there. The second team is France and Greece, who will, from Crete and Egypt, start attacking Greece. And the point there is not to do a proper invasion or anything. It's just to bind Axis troops and most of all their attention, so they're not on the Eastern Front, basically. The third team is Brazil and Poland, the Dream Team. Their job is to invade northern Norway in Narvik if the Axis attack Norway, and they will attack Norway, as we've seen from their battle plans. So they will attack Narvik in the north of Norway, try to hold it against the Germans and the Finns, and then as soon as the Soviets start pushing into Finland, they will start pushing into Finland as well. So you will have all 4 Soviet players and the Mongolian and Brazil and Poland going after Finland as soon as the Barbarossa begins, which is
I mean, that's an interesting strategy, to be honest. Like when Barbarossa starts, if I was the Axis, I would not be prepared to defend northern Norway from Brazilians when I invade the Soviet Union, right?
Yeah.
So it might be a very good element of surprise, but it also might fizzle out. I mean, if they land, they get contained, they have no supply, they get killed. Like Brazil is kind of out of the game by then. I mean, it will be 0 impact if all the Brazilians die in Narvik.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do that kind of an all-in because there's just so much supply up there. But
Sure.
you are right. But yeah, this really means that Finland can't do it on their own. Like just the Soviets are enough, but now you have 2 allied players as well coming in from the north. So it will really be down to if the Germans have time to send some help.
Yeah, definitely. And this will also be like the Winter War will have a big impact. Because if the Finns were to win the Winter War and the Soviets get all those debuffs that they get, then both the meat wall will be very hard to hold, and in combination with perhaps losing the air war, and also it will be harder to execute the Narvik things because you can't get the support. So the Soviets really need a win in the Winter War here in order to keep up the Allies.
Yeah.
Because you can take a few hits, like you lose the Spanish Civil War, lose a couple mountaineers, fine. But if you also lose the Winter War at this point, they will be in dire straits, I would say.
Yeah, we will see what happens.
Yeah, I said night round 285 here. I like how thought out the Allies' plan seemed to be.
Yeah.
We like that too, and
Yeah.
it's a combination of tried and tested and a lot of innovation. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to do this Brazil thing. We're going to do no air US. I mean, it's a lot of interesting things.
Definitely. I mean, the Axis have some really strong players, like strong micro players, strong macro players, but all the preppers are on the Allied side, like the mega preppers, and they've been prepping together, like which increases the prepping exponentially. So yeah, this is a really prepped out game.
Yeah, preparation bonus IRL.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, like, if you're going to do this innovation and new cool things, you really need the preparation as well, because
Definitely.
one surefire way to lose is that you try something completely new that's never been tried before. You don't prepare for it, and it just fails.
Yeah.
And you lose all momentum. So it will be very interesting to see how they do with that. And we see the Japanese are not giving up the snake.
Yeah, it's steadily moving on. I mean, yeah, the Chinese can't really do anything except keep hitting their heads against the wall. So
Yeah, we see here even like groups of the Chinese. I mean, they attack also like as soon as they gain a little organization, they just throw their heads against the wall.
Yeah.
So they are unable to break through. If this group waited for org and just attacked at the same time as this group, I doubt that these two would be able to hold. But the AI just doesn't do it.
If the AI was smart, it would be different.
Yeah. And we have poor Fuktig is the desync villain at this point. I wonder who is he playing? He's playing
It's Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. Yeah, if he was playing like New Zealand or something, he could just sit out for a while.
Yeah.
But
anyways, there are a few other plans we haven't told you about from the start of the war. There's one interesting thing happening in the Gulf of what do you call it? Gulf of Aden? Red Sea. Where, let's see, could you move the camera over to right over here?
the Gulf of Aden.
Right here. I
Yeah,
think it's,
there.
Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red Sea. So at the start of the game, Italy will try to naval invade across the straits to take those ports.
Those
And,
here?
yeah, and if they take those, the Italian fleet can pass out. You see, there's a strait there between the French and the British territories. So if they manage to take that on the other side of the strait, they will be able to move out with their fleet and do shenanigans. However, the Allies are expecting this, so they will be garrisoning those ports, those very ports that the Italians are trying to attack from. It's been quite interesting to, before the game, interview the different sides and hear their thoughts on what the other side is planning. And often it's been really spot on. It's like talking to Jonte playing German, he's like, I think Don is going for a big infantry build, and like, so yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And
Yeah, they have been managed to see through each other's plans.
yeah, quite well actually.
Then again, I do think the Allies have an advantage in the planning because I mean they have some things that no one will expect, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the Amtrak only USA, Brazil naval invasion of Narvik, and those type of things.
Yeah.
They are just not things you can expect. Really.
Yeah, we got some crazy strats there, but yeah, it might come down to execution.
Yeah, definitely.
Because yeah, our players know each other quite well by this stage, especially the major ones. So yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it will be interesting to see how things pan out in the Gulf of Aden. I'm still a bit. The Winter War has to start soon, right? I mean,
A lot of these things right now.
yeah, it
But
is.
we're getting closer to the outbreak of the war.
There is no one preparing a war goal against Finland right now.
No, I think
No,
it's a bit later.
because it's a very late Winter War.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be about now?
All right, we're doing a rehost, it seems.
Yeah.
We want to do an interview.
Yeah. Who should we grab?
We've had France, we've had Spain, we've had Mexico. Should we do Finland or the Soviets maybe for the Winter War?
Yeah.
Since we have the Soviets in the house.
Yeah, why not? Let's see if we can
Yeah,
get,
go get
a
on.
Soviet representative. Let's rejoin. We don't want to be the last ones in.
No, true. See there. You can do this one. I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. And we usually we're going to have a lunch break, and we usually do that right as the war starts. So in a few months in game time, we will have a break for an hour or so, I think.
Yeah.
But right at the beginning of the break, we will do an interview with a representative from Paradox. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
But right now, here is Dan, the man of the Soviet Union.
Indeed. And I also am pleased to say that the rain and thunderstorm has indeed stopped.
Yeah,
As was
yeah.
in the chapter.
Not that you heard anything anyways, but it was quite loud in here. Let's see. Trying to get into picture without tearing anything down. So, welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
How are you feeling so far?
Quite good.
Yeah.
I love the Civil War. It didn't go quite the way
Yeah, that was quite the exciting moment there.
Yeah.
Like you were about to kill all the Spanish good troops, basically, and they
Yeah.
were down to their last tile, but then it all flipped and you lost almost.
Yeah, we couldn't hold out in the north, and
Yeah.
things happened. But it was 4 mountaineers. We got a lot of experience. We had a good time, so
You had good times.
we're pretty excited. Yeah,
Yeah, and there's more where that came from, if I understand correctly, from your build. Like,
Yeah, probably.
it's not the only mountaineers that you will have.
no, I think we're going for like 66 mountaineers
66.
to BAR.
And
So
like you told me before, you will split them up between your different players, so
Yeah.
everyone has a section of the front that they cover.
yeah,
Yeah,
with 20 each, approximately.
yeah.
So they have their own armed groups, and their main objective is just being defensive when they break through.
Yeah.
Try to make small encirclements or make sure they can't get through far enough
Nice.
to actually make any damage.
And you will control the quick response force, the motorized divisions.
Yeah, a harass force of 15 rocket artillery, and we also have a defensive, but a fast response force with 15 motorized anti-tanks, just to be able to.
Meet the armored advance. Yeah.
And also Mongolia, of course.
They
going
have
for
the same role, yeah.
Yeah, but they're going for a hard build with 80 hardness.
Ah, okay.
Since
So they
we're-
will have mostly tanks in their divisions? Not...
Only,
Okay.
tanks and mechanized.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And tank destroyers, just to get up that hard attack
Yeah.
and make sure that we can really meet their armor troops. Because they know I love garrisons.
Yeah.
They're pretty confident I will build garrisons, and they will plan accordingly. So they will
Yeah.
have a lot of soft attack in there. Where
I can reveal that
Probably.
a lot of people had predicted that you would go heavy on the garrisons and the infantry.
yeah,
But but you get to prove your point. You get to prove that it works now, I guess.
yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Usually it works. Usually I hold out for like 3, 4, or 5 years.
Yeah.
And that's the main goal of the Soviets. You could go for a more aggressive build, but then it's a lot of win or lose.
Yeah.
You could win, but if you lose in a year, and allies are, I wouldn't say the F word, but they will have a hard time. So
how far are we from the Winter War?
it's close by. I think it's gonna go in October.
Okay. In October, yeah.
So yeah.
And how do you feel about that?
I think we will cut
Crush it.
through. Yeah. It's not sure, of course. It's never sure, but our plan is just to give him a hard time with shore bombardment along the coast.
Oh, right.
And also railway guns and air, of course, so we can punch through the fort in the south.
Is that the main vector of attack?
Yeah, that's the main vector.
Okay.
We will place most of the army on another spot just to lure him away.
I see.
Yeah, but then we will have 15 tanks, light tanks, rushing through.
Like hidden behind the...
Yeah, hidden behind Leningrad. And then we go through and just...
And those light tanks, they're like the old version that you're replacing with motorized later, or...
Yeah, but it's... The main thing is that they have hardness, like 38%, and Finland will go heavy on the soft attack, so...
Probably,
with a lot of malices from his part and a lot of bonuses on our part, I hope we'll punch through the forts.
Yeah.
And then it's fact. Not fact. Word.
Yeah, I still have a bit of PTSD when I played Finland and you were the Soviets, and I looked away for one moment and then he broke through in the line in Leningrad and I was fucked.
Yeah. Rosen wasn't happy because I took our tank forces away from where they were also needed.
Right.
But
you were vindicated.
Yeah. We saved the Northern Front instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're almost in the game now, but not yet. So how is the like comparing the mood here in the Allied room, and I went into the Axis Discord, and they seem much more on the go. You guys are much more mellow. Maybe you're focused. I don't know, but you wouldn't say you're depressed, right?
Absolutely not.
You don't look depressed.
No, absolutely not. I think we're focused, just making the build right, and waiting for the war. We're the receiving parts here, so we need to see what they're doing before we can hype up and know what we should do.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're preparing to be, of course, active, but also react to what's coming.
How is your intel on the enemy right now? Do you have any idea of what the Germans are doing?
Yeah, we have, but I can't remember really. I think Germany was going for a submarine build, and Italy is going for a heavy carrier or carrier build. That's what I've seen so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing that really concerns you then?
No.
Yeah.
No, but I'm not that concerned.
Yeah.
We're gonna kill Finland, so every spy we have is on Finland, just to reduce their entrenchment and kill them off quickly, and then we'll see what Germany is up to.
Yeah, we saw you already had a few collaboration governments set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Finland is going down.
You're aiming for victory there.
I'm not sure we will accomplish it, but I talked to Ivan yesterday, who's playing Finland, and he was also quite confident that he will die. So I think that's a good. It made me feel good at least.
Let's see. Yeah, we have a comment here from the chat. Now we see why they won in the Spanish Civil War. They had a real soldier with a helmet on their team. Yeah, unfortunately you lost in the Civil War. Though.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but
you fought the good fight.
Yeah, we hold out for a year. That's quite okay.
Yeah, that's quite okay.
Yeah,
I mean it's not winning the Civil War that we've seen in some games, but this time it didn't happen.
I think it's hard to win the Civil War if the Axis are prepared. They have the upper hand. So you need to, if you take a chance like I did and it works, then we will have a chance. But
we were a bit critical of the Germans just sending 2 divisions, though. That's a bit cheap.
Okay, I didn't notice.
Yeah, what's your comment on that?
That's lazy.
Yeah,
that's lazy playing.
Yeah, because there's no reason to not send more, right?
Could be a tension-starved strategy, but they went for China early and. Yeah, no, I don't know why.
Yeah. We'll have to ask them later. We still haven't interviewed the Germans.
Okay.
The Germans.
The Germans.
We did interview Spain though, and he seemed pretty pleased.
Okay, yeah.
You might imagine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he played well.
Yeah, he did. He did. Like they took out the northern pockets quite quickly, and then went for Barcelona first, which I think is a good strategy.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Barcelona is always the last place to fall, and you get quite a hard line to break through there. So it seemed like a good strategy.
Our hope was to take out some troops in the south
Yeah.
and go north, but we didn't really manage.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but you still fought defensively, and you saved the French mountaineers there quite nicely.
And one of mine, so
Oh yeah.
yeah, one of mine got out.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Okay, it seems like the game's running again. I'll
Yeah.
let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we are running again. We're in February, so a few months left until the Great War.
Indeed, indeed.
And we have another DC.
It's
It's one of those days. So it's like when you were a kid and you had a Nintendo and the Nintendo glitched, you had all these rituals that you went through to make it work. Like you blew the cassette and you like, you did the whole rain dance thing. And we have a whole bunch of those things with the Paradox games as well to make them work. And maybe we haven't done them all as diligently as we usually do.
yeah, maybe, and I think like it will decrease. It's just
I think it's the Chinese, the millions of Chinese.
I think it's the millions of Chinese. It
Could be.
It does feel like the things usually line up, and now we have once again the Chinese attacking on like the broad front. See here again.
To no
like-
avail.
Yeah, it is just like bubbles everywhere. Just Chinese troops throwing themselves against the wall, and it's so much stuff going on.
Yeah.
So, but the Japanese snake is slowly but surely
Yeah, they're
reaching
about to
its
touch tips, I
destination.
think.
Yeah, definitely. We have and this closes another big pocket. And yeah.
That big pocket is going to take a while to close. And we're up to 5 million casualties now of the Chinese.
yeah. And also still very late winter war.
No, it's not actually. I think
It
it's,
isn't.
It's supposed to be. They're going in October, and I think that's the winter. We were on the wrong winter.
Okay. Very well. All right. Yeah, the winter war is after.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Don seemed very confident, and apparently he talked to Ivan yesterday, who did not seem confident. So,
No, I'm a bit worried for Finland. I see now that they have actually. Or no, that was the Soviet.
you can see in the east of the Finnish defensive line that those guys are out of supply, and that is the thing. You need to build a supply depot there, otherwise those guys will not be fully supplied.
Yeah,
when the war starts.
these guys are out of supply, and this fort line, I'm not really. I mean, this one. Like
That's interesting.
either or. Like
It seems
this-
like he plans to defend on the middle of Finland.
Yeah, and also this. He hasn't really painted up the battle orders. I mean, that can be done in short order, but I do think like it's not. I would not bet on Finland for this conflict.
Yeah, we'll see though.
But we'll see. You never know.
He has a deficit of equipment, so there's no new troops coming up. He's still trying to supply the troops that he has in
If
the
we check
field.
his logistics, he has heavy anti-air, 1,821 days of equipment deficit, infantry equipment, 470 days, artillery, 200 days. It's just horse equipment. He has an enormous surplus of horse equipment.
He seems to be.
So I don't know why he's even producing it at this point, to be honest.
He's barely building any like crappy defensive infantry. He's only going for like really strong templates. Yeah, he's got some defensive smaller divisions, but mostly he's going for like big divisions with lots of artillery, which can be good, but you need to cover all the squares. all the
Also, to be
tiles.
honest, this 5 military factories towards the railway gun.
Yeah, it might not
Probably
be the
not to play at the moment.
best. I don't know. If he manages to
maybe.
get the railway gun out before the war, maybe that will even the odds a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Vipery line, if he holds this with strong divisions and a railway gun, they won't push through here at least. But I mean, at some point.
Yeah, the north is. He doesn't have a defense in the north, and there's gonna be hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops pouring in.
But you have the decisions, right? Like the Winter War. Yeah, it hasn't started yet, but he needs to rack up. I think it's like 100,000 or so Soviet casualties before he can win the Winter War by decision. And at the moment, I don't see that happening, but it's still a ways off. So we'll see how it pans out. Now I'm a bit less worried since I got the information that the Winter War actually occurs after after the declaration of Poland.
Yeah, but looking at it though, like he doesn't have troops enough to cover all the tiles, and that's a minimum because the Soviets will have.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, the snake has been bitten off.
Oh wow! But has it?
Yeah, they will break it out. I think this will be no issue at all.
Right?
But still, it's
Risky business.
it really emphasizes why you would not do this type of tactics against a player.
Yeah.
Like if the AI even can cut you off, it's the snake is back. Any other things to check out? We
still have a bunch of players to present.
Yeah, true. What do we?
Should we take a trip to the Balkans, maybe?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's take a trip to the Balkans. Okay, starting from the north, we have the Kingdom of Hungary.
Indeed, we do.
And on the Kingdom of Hungary, we have Francis. He is a very vocal player. He's usually the loudest one in the Discord. But he's a great guy. It's very fun. He's a great micro player, and like he's really good at energizing his team. Like even though they're losing, like he keeps the spirits up and the spirits of the team. He usually plays co-op on majors, often with Algot, who is now in Italy. He's played Hungary once before. And I'm pretty sure he's going for tanks. That seems like the...
he has the national focus at least. It's joint tank procurement here. And if we see the production, it's assault guns licensed from Germany.
Yeah.
And armored cars, and only 2 factories on infantry and support and stuff.
Yeah, assault guns seems like the right thing to go for, though, because the Soviets will have a lot of infantry, so the soft attack is what you want to be maximizing.
Yeah, the Axis, even the Axis miners, I think the Axis are spot on with the Soviet tactics. They said, like, Don is going to do infantry, and he has done infantry, and they are doing assault guns, so it's looking to be quite a Barbarossa punch, especially if they can keep the air superiority.
Yeah. Moving on the legionary Romania, we have Oscar Eriksson, and he's been playing with us for a long time, experienced player. He's played Romania once before. Romania is one of the more influential Axis miners. Like they can get pretty big, and they usually play infantry. They have a good infantry setup, and that's what Oscar's going for.
Indeed, it's infantry equipment all the way. It's Pack-Arty. I'll check out his templates.
They can also get the mountain guns later, which are good. It's India and Romania who gets the mountain guns, which is the next level of pack artillery. And we happen to know that the Axis plan of attack, if they manage to do it, is to naval invade across the Black Sea.
Yeah, I'm looking at these boaty beardy boys. A full like 7K production cost marine division from Romania. This is interesting. And they are going to invade Sevastopol. Or are they going all the way across?
I don't know. I think it's Crimea. That's the plan. But the Soviet fleet is chilling out on the other side of the Black Sea, I think.
Well, let's check the Soviet fleet.
They haven't moved them. They're still in Sevastopol, which brings them in range of naval bombers and stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like as the Axis, you need to get naval superiority in the Black Sea, and you can't bring any boats from outside the Black Sea because Turkey blocks the strait. Yeah. So it's up to the Romanian and Bulgarian player maybe to challenge the naval supremacy. But if they do, we will most probably see some naval invasions coming from Romania.
Well, definitely. And we have 18 ships of the Soviets here in Sevastopol. It's battleship, light cruiser, destroyer, and 12 submarines. So this is no fleet to write home about, to be honest. But, then again, like, I don't know what Romania has up their sleeve navy-wise.
They probably don't have very much navy-wise. That's usually not how it goes. Yeah, they have 5 ships.
Yeah, 4 destroyers and 1 submarine.
Yeah, so by the looks of it, they won't be able to challenge the Soviets. It remains to be seen if they bring up some naval bombers and manage to do it. Because as long as they're in Sevastopol, they're vulnerable.
Yeah, that's true. And we also have, if we're moving down, it's Bulgaria here.
Yeah, moving on to Legionnaires Bulgaria. We have the next player there. And it's Tobias Hammarström, also known as Tobias Hammarstrat, because he likes to build strat bombers. That was his thing for a couple of games. Like, he just played a country, just built strat bombers, and just, moved them around, killing infrastructure, shooting down forts or whatever. Really annoying. But he's playing Bulgaria now. He's never played Bulgaria, but he has a good Hungary game in his backpack. So he should be able to do a good work there. It still doesn't have any templates for what it's going for. But
yeah, it's a bit... he has a lot of army exp though, so I guess it's coming out.
Yeah, Tobias became a father around last New Year's, so he hasn't played with us since then, basically. But now I guess his kid is old enough to be on its own, or maybe not on its own, but
chill out for a bit.
Yeah, chill out. They will survive him being here. Yeah, but he could be a good micro player, and I think he could do some tricky things. But has he? I think he's going for like mech.
Yeah, there is pretty much nothing happening yet. I'll check out the research to see if I
Rocket
can
artillery.
deduct anything. But yeah, rocket artillery is.
But he probably wants that motorized if he wants it.
Yeah, I would guess so. Like, where is?
What
Yeah,
about
there.
Yeah.
And he's going that he really wants that because I mean that's half a year ahead of time.
Yeah.
So he really has something in his mind, according to rocket artillery, and that's also probably why he hasn't had any templates yet.
Yeah, but you can do motorized rocket artillery, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going a motorized build. Okay, so we're moving onwards with the world events.
Things are escalating.
Britain
in Europe.
and France announcing an alliance. We'll see how far the Germans have gone with their focuses. Reassert Eastern claims.
Yeah, let's see here. We have reassert Eastern claims is their current focus, and let's see here where. There. So it will probably be reassert Eastern claims, Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and then Danzig or war in that order. So we will have an outbreak of war in Europe
in a few months.
Yeah, in a few months, I would say. And yeah, it will be interesting. How is the El Alamein looking?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We have some medium tank from Canada on the front line.
They are following their plan to a T. This is quite a new way of playing in our community. We usually have tanks in the back line and infantry in the front line, but this time they're placing all their tanks in the very front. And as you can see, they have 5 divisions each, and they've planned it so that they will have all mechanized and all medium tanks.
And
ready.
It's interesting here because we have 5 Canadian medium tanks here, and we have 5 South African medium tanks directly on El Alamein. And I would imagine that the templates are about the same. It's medium tanks, full support company, and
a couple of tank destroyers.
So they are really preparing for an armored push here, which is.
And I believe the South Africans have a special modifier when it comes to desert, so that's why they placed them on the desert tile as well.
2 heavy tank destroyers in every
Yeah.
South African division. This will not be.
How much piercing will they get?
They will have. Let's see here.
And I will compare with the Germans.
27 piercing.
Okay.
So if you check out the German armor, we will see here who has the upper edge. You need to go to army.
There we go.
Yeah.
And I'll go to the Germans. Sturm artillery. Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, I guess it's not the Sturmartillerie. It's.
I think this is the one they begin with. So they have 0 armor. Okay, this is off.
Yeah, this is off somehow. They probably haven't adjusted.
Yeah, we will see.
Yeah, we will have to come back to that. But I mean, this will be very hard to. I have a hard time seeing that they will not pierce early German armor.
Yeah.
With heavy tank destroyers and the desert bonuses from South Africa. I do think the LLMA line will hold for a while. Then again, like we have seen naval invasion in a few games recently. I remember the last grand game we played. We had big Axis naval invasion around Tel Aviv and Jerusalem.
That was a crazy strat. It was.
It almost worked out. Also, it was very, very scary for the Allies for quite some time until they eventually ran out of steam and died quite miserably.
Yeah, it was a plan by the player Johannes, playing the UK player, playing the UK right now. He was playing Germany, and the plan there was as soon as they killed Poland, they invaded with the entire Polish army into Syria before even going into France. So it looked promising, but then they lost the entire army, and then the war with the French was really slow. But they managed to win that game in the end, even though they lost like 500,000 men straight away.
But that was the Eastern Front that decided that game.
Yeah.
I'm looking also at
we have paused now. I'm not sure why.
I'm not sure either.
We have a player crashing out.
We can look over the air war again. Like I do agree with the opinions in chat about the air war. We have 4,000 planes on Germany, and we still have let's see here, 1,900. So they are catching up a wee bit.
Still just 1,000 fighters, so that hasn't moved at all.
Yeah, like it's and
could that be right?
Yeah, let's see, like France, for example, but they will not be high impact. That's 600. I mean, Italy probably has air as well, right?
They should have some, yeah.
Yeah, 600. But I do feel like...
Can that be right? I mean, the UK had 1,000 fighters a year ago as well. Haven't they built any fighters?
Yeah, they must have, right? I'm looking... Here, the US, they are only building naval bombers, more or less. No, they have a bit of fighters now.
Looking at production, they have 51 factories on Spitfires, producing 1.5 a day, about.
Yeah.
And the Germans...
And the Mexican, I'm a bit worried about the Mexican airplane production, because if their mission was to produce the airplanes, they haven't really succeeded so far, right?
How does it look in production?
They have, they are producing heavy fighters now, so they probably recently started.
Right.
Are we rehosting now?
Looks like we have a rehost. So maybe we should try to get a German player on the line.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's see if we can get a hold of the Germans.
Hook up the headset and you call the Germans.
Hello, Axis. Could we have a German player? Could we have a German player to interview in the social channel?
Sure.
Thank you.
Which one do you want?
Your choice. Maybe you.
Okay, I'll jump over. But no, I'm not a host.
So while we're rehosting, we have Germany on the line. This is the main controller, Jonte. How are you doing, Jonte?
I need to mute you.
Yes, you do.
Let's see here.
Hello.
Hello, Jonte. How are you doing? Main controller of Germany.
I'm doing fine. We are a lot of players today, so I'm feeling quite calm, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's going according to plan.
Do you wish to explain yourself? Why did you only send 2 divisions to the Spanish Civil War? Aren't the Spanish worth more?
Due to certain reasons, that's all we could manage.
Certain reasons.
Yes.
Yeah. You managed to eke out a victory, I would say. Anyway, how do you feel about the Spanish Civil War and how it went down?
For me personally, I think it went as we wanted because we got a lot of experience from it, both for our Air Force and for our Army. And
You mean your 2 divisions?
Yeah, but because we got a lot of the Army in a whole got a lot of experience,
Right.
We learned a lot from it.
And how are you feeling about the war? Do you feel confident?
Absolutely. My intel saying that the Soviets are doing exactly as I want to, meaning they won't have an eye on our tank build.
Yeah, I did. I had a hard time keeping a straight face yesterday when I interviewed you, and you predicted quite spot on that Don was going for an infantry-heavy build.
Exactly. But Don is the most open book I can read when it comes to Soviet playing. So even if he wanted to go for tanks, he wouldn't.
What do you have in store for us in the French war?
In the French, it's gonna be Rosen's Gebiet to do the invasion there, but it's gonna be speed is key. We're gonna do the Poland, the French, the Denmark, and the Norway invasions simultaneously due to being so many players. So, but Poland is mainly the Balkan Bros thing to figure out. We don't stress Poland that much, but hopefully we take the French quickly.
Right.
So we're gonna have our AG tanks mainly, and then hopefully get enough of better medium tanks for the Africa campaign.
What about the air situation? Have you managed to see anything about the number of planes the Allies have compared to your number and so on?
We haven't focused on that quite yet. My gut feeling says that Johannes will have a lot of better fighters down the line. We are producing our best Messerschmitt ever in the world right now, so I'm focusing on myself and our production, and the rest will figure itself out, I guess.
Nice.
What's your take on North Africa? Are you going to go traditional, or are you having an ace up your sleeve?
The major plan is kind of traditional, but we're gonna have some paratroopers ready to go too for the different islands. Maybe some Italy has some crazy ideas in store. You should talk to him about the details later. But for German involvement, it's gonna be hopefully our more tank heavy attack tanks, so we can face them head on in El Alamein with the tanks, and then do some craziness with the paratroopers according to Algott's plans.
And when you say tanks, you mean those assault gun divisions that you're going for?
No, we're right now we're starting to produce our medium tanks with better heavy attack turrets on it, or gun rather.
Right.
So, but we don't know exactly how many guns we're gonna have. So we'll see. The factories hasn't talked to me that much about how the production is going right now. So
Right.
We'll see. It's a big country, you know.
It's a big country.
And it's about to get bigger, I presume.
It's not a free country, but it's a big country.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for that. I think that was all. Maybe you could. It seems like we have some time still. Maybe you could send in Italy for a quick interview.
Absolutely. I will tell him.
Thanks for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we ask them to turn on their webcam if they have? Because now we're just doing the Discord portraits.
If they have, yeah, why not? Hello, Italy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Pasta Alfredo Algot?
This is Pasta Alfredo. We are the Italian Empire. And I also have my co-op here.
Oh, beautiful, both of you, excellent. So, how do you feel so far? You had quite a successful civil war with your volunteers.
That went really well. it was looking dark there for a while, but we pulled through.
Nice. Yeah.
It was a great job by the officers on the ground, and now we're looking forward to a Mediterranean campaign. I have good intel on the Brits, and they're underproducing in the air, which is good for us. It's good for Germany. It's good for everyone, except for Britain. Of course.
So the German player said you had some special plans for when the war starts in the Med. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, well, except we have our 3 super heavy carriers. They're ready. It's the ship Babada, the ship Bipiri, and the ship Bupi, and they're going to be controlling the Mediterranean with help from air on land. But we're also going to invade like Yemen and Oman.
Okay.
The Arabian Peninsula.
Right.
Yeah,
To cut off the supply.
We were talking about that before. Do you think you will catch them off guard there?
I think we will catch them off guard. The question is, how long can we hold out without our own supply? Because we will not get supply either. But since they can't go through the Med, they'll have to go around the Cape and up the Red Sea, and we're going to block off the Red Sea, making supply to Egypt very hard. And hopefully it will buy us time for the German tanks to push through El Alamein and deliver a swift African victory.
Right.
Interesting.
But it's a lot of things that has to go right. So, yeah,
What
we're
are-
very confident now. Ask us again in a year.
What are your thoughts on France? Are you looking to get involved in that at all, or are you leaving it to the Germans?
No.
We want to posture because the rule set that delays our entry into the war is removed, so we can join anytime. We want to make him think we can join anytime. We won't, but we want to make him divert forces to the Alps to make it easier for our German friends. But we're not going to be fighting France, no.
Right. And you won't do anything.
Don't tell France about this.
Yeah. And you won't do anything crazy like move your fleet outside of the Med.
Well, if we take Gibraltar or Suez, definitely we're going to be patrolling the high seas. But first we need to, the British-controlled exits of the Mediterranean has to be dealt with first.
Yeah.
We are
You won't
absolutely
go
ready to
out
escape
before the war
aid.
begins.
No, well, yes, we will have to move some cruisers to Somalia for the invasion of the Arabian Peninsula.
Right.
So we'll move a small fraction of the fleet just before the war. And we also built an extra naval base, which I think they haven't noticed in Somalia, which we will use as a staging ground for invading Oman and Yemen.
Interesting. Yeah, we will have a lot to cover as soon as the war starts, it seems.
Yeah,
there will be
definitely.
an explosion of activity from the Axis.
This is looking up to be a very interesting game in Africa.
We hope so.
Yeah.
Are you doing any rituals of the like to please the paradox gods and the desync demons?
And we're blaming each other. Some people are jinxing. Some people are saying that I'm jinxing. Yeah, like 2 hours into the game, I said we haven't had a single desync. I said.
Right.
Then it started. So maybe it is my fault.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We will have to get to the bottom of that later.
Yeah.
Right. Anything else you would like to say to our viewers?
Prepare for naval carrier mayhem.
Prepare for
Sounds
naval
like
carrier.
good.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank
Excellent.
you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck. Yeah, we are still in the lobby. There seems to be some players not joining for some reason.
Yeah. Let's see, I will mute myself under this.
Some stability issues here. Yeah, we could.
Perhaps another beer.
Perhaps another beer, another interview, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting a bit sweaty
Yeah, I
in here.
think so. That's why I thought.
Thank you. The
I can take
what
the
was
other
it
one
called?
now. Yeah.
whichever. All right, let's see what's going on. People are leaving. I think it's the re-hosts.
Is it?
We're a bit cut off from everyone out here.
Yeah. We don't want people hearing about the tactics.
The chat is excited for the naval carrier mayhem. So are we.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be epic. We haven't really seen anyone employing these super heavy carriers in a large amount. There have been some sneaky tactics where people build one of these and then they sneak around with it and do some what do you call it, port strike, to great success, and they're quite hard to catch when it's just one ship running around. But yeah, we haven't seen them employed in this extent before at all.
It will be very interesting. I mean, if they manage to win in El Alamein and capture Suez, and also succeed with the Omani thing, then I mean that kind of fleet could really make an impact around the Raj and even in the Pacific.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So it will be very interesting to see how it pans out. Then again, if they do not succeed, if they lose at El Alamein and they don't take Gibraltar, then you just have a truckload of economy pretty much just stuck in the Mediterranean doing nothing. So it's kind of a hit or miss tactics.
Maybe we should get Pontus in here to show off his cool costume.
Oh yeah, let's get him.
Why not? You take this one then?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you are correct. Like the navy supremacy is hampered if you do not get the air in order. And that will be interesting. The USA Navy build, they are going destroyers, I think, or heavy. I will ask Petter when he comes back, but we'll see. They had some interesting stuff going on. He has the spreadsheet on his computer, and he just went to get the Indian player. Yeah, so hopefully you appreciate the viewing experience here. We have, as you can see, we have the background, we have the studio, and production quality is going really well. And for you people that just tuned in, we are waiting for these things to pan out, and soon we will have an outbreak of the war. And now we have our Raj player here. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
And I have to compliment your costume. It's really nice to see players taking the role playing seriously here.
Yeah, I try to do that.
Yeah,
earlier that way.
Nice. What do you think will happen in the Raj? Is there anything you're particularly scared of, or that you plan to do?
I'm a bit scared of an early war against Japan, but what it seems like is that in Africa, Italy hasn't put so much troops or any troops in Ethiopia, so I will have time to mop that up and go back to India with all my troops. So I feel quite ready.
You're planning to make a contribution to the African theater.
Yeah. At the moment, I have all my troops there or on the way to take Ethiopia, that theater.
Yeah. Interesting. So, what do you make of the Siam front? Do you think that they will try to push over the river, or do you think it will be a stalemate? Because it has happened a lot before.
Yeah, I think they will push. It seems like they go quite focused on the army. So I think they will try to push both in India and in Malaysia. So at the moment, I'm preparing my defenses, and then we'll see. Hopefully, I will hold, and after that, go on the offensive.
Yeah. Sounds good. I see my interview party here stretching to join the game, but I don't think it's up yet. But do you plan to have any cooperations with other allies around that front? Do you have any plans for the Pacific, or are you focusing more on the African and those parts?
No, the focus will be Pacific. I'm sitting with the other Pacific allies, but at the moment I haven't made any plans. I hope to be able to turn my special forces into Marines and then go on the naval offensive with some cruisers later, but that will be in 42, 43.
You're planning for the long run. Nice. And what's your navy plan? You said cruisers to support naval invasions and island hopping, or are you going to raid
And
Japanese?
also, I'm at the moment, or between 42 and 40 and 42, I will build subs to raid the Japanese, and then after 42, I will build cruisers to mainly protect myself against their subs, and also to be able to do some naval supremacy and hopefully do some fun naval invasions in the rear of Siam and the Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds nice. We're looking forward to an exciting Pacific, and
Yes.
we're looking forward to follow your exploits as British Raj as well.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the game. Soon everything will start for real.
Yeah, we're all praying for it. Thank you so much for coming to the studio, and
you.
good luck in the game.
Yes. Good luck here.
So that was our India player. Very nice costume, interesting tactics. It will be very fun to see here. I am just now restarting my game, so I can join in as well. I think the costume will give him extra power.
Everybody's waiting for you, Victor.
Yes, I forgot to restart the game, so it was timed out all the time. So, but I'm getting in now.
Great costume, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Love it.
Indeed. He is easily the best costume. We also have some semi costumes like Dawn with his helmet, and we have Magnus with the somewhat French outfit.
Yeah, he's got a sailor hat on. I'm
I
not
know.
sure. Is that typically French?
I'm not sure if it's typically French, but I mean his outfit stands out, so I can only assume that it is French somehow. I mean, it's not like he has a beret and a baguette and a striped shirt, but
No, it doesn't go all in.
Yeah, there now I'm in.
We only seem to be 37 players. Have we lost a couple?
I don't know if we have done some decent shenanigans with some people moving around or whatever, but
We will see. We're almost back in the game. And
yeah, we had
are-
a question in the chat about the United States Navy build, and I said that you had a better hold on it. What is their game plan with the Navy?
It is that they will use the super heavy carriers. Let's see if we can have a look at their navy
Check out
here.
their Navy here. Yeah, that is a lot of ships. They have 10 capitals, 30 screens, under 2 admirals.
Let's see. Carrier hull.
Now here is some submarines.
Super heavy carrier hull. I can't see the template for their super heavy.
No, I don't. I can't really find it either. Let's see here. American theater. It's submarine.
Yeah, they are building super heavy carrier hull,
Yeah, they are.
level 3, and he's got a bunch of dockyards on the super heavy carriers. He's building a lot of them.
This is a scary
Look
one.
at that in the production queue there. He's got queued up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 super heavy carriers, and I think they can hold up towards 200 navs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if he manages to get this out, then. But I mean, as they are saying in the chat here, if they keep on losing out the air war, his navs will just get murdered. Like,
This is true.
if he just fills them out with navs, and if the Mexican doesn't catch up with the production, I'm going to check out this, because it is a bit scary for them with relying on Mexico. They are producing a lot of heavy fighters now, but I mean, Mexico isn't an industrial powerhouse in that sense. They have no equipment in the field, but I guess that's why they haven't made any air wings. I suppose. So if we check here, they have 6 heavy fighters. I mean,
Oh wow!
that's not going to get them far in the Pacific.
No, that's not a lot, to say the least. But anyways, meeting Jakob's USA, we have Martin's and Kalle's Japan, and Martin played Japan recently, where he had a really strong start. He took most of the American islands, he took Midway, and then he got a bit greedy and went for Hawaii as well. And that's where he went in without air cover, and his navy got completely flat.
Yeah. I mean, if you go the naval route, if you go like a death stack navy and you have no air cover, you can lose out a lot. And I'm scared a bit for the US because I'm a bit scared that might happen to them, to be honest, if they do not step up the air game.
Maybe, yeah. Because Martin has learned his lesson. He won't go out with his navy unless he has complete air cover from ground-based aircraft. So you will not see him running over to Hawaii before he's beaten the US fleet.
Yeah, as Night Round says here in the chat as well, if Japan goes in early, like they said they will, then I mean this takes a while to kick off to get all this, because first you have to do this, all the super heavy carriers, then you need to fill them out with navs. And also the US has a bit of debuffs at the beginning, right? They have the Tora thing.
Yeah.
And all of these things that they need to work out. So yeah, it will be interesting to see.
So Germany is going through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is the last focus before Danzig War, probably. We will see.
Yeah,
we're closing in on the war. We didn't present all of the Balkan bros. We still have Yugoslavia left.
Yeah, you do that. I will check them out meanwhile.
Yeah. So Yugoslavia is a country that we haven't used that much in our games. Usually it gets eaten up by Italy and so on. But they have good potential to be really strong. It's played by Martin Hansson. He's only played 3 games in our community. Last time as Ireland. So he'll have to prove his mettle. But yeah, Yugoslavia has strong potential. They seem to be going for a marine build.
Anti-tank marines, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, they just mixed in one of those battalions to give them some hard attack. But yeah, he seems to be going for marines. Together with the Romanian marines and Italian marines, they could be quite the force. And if you want to take Malta or Gibraltar, you need lots of marines, like to keep cycling the attack. So you would probably see them joining in the adventures in the Med. How many marines do they have out right now?
I think they have 2 in the field here.
Yeah.
And that's quite okay for coming so far. And I guess like all these Balkan marines, I suppose it's part of the battle plan to naval invade the Soviet, right?
Yeah, probably. But they will have to get naval supremacy there first.
Yeah, I'm a bit like the Soviets, because if Turkey blocks the strait, like let's see, why can't I select them?
You need to go to.
Oh right, there. They have. It's 18 ships at Sevastopol.
Yeah, it's the same amount.
They haven't done anything.
Looking at the Polish border, we can see troops starting to amass. Oskar Eriksson and his Romanian troops are on the border, ready to go. The Hungarian player has already pressed attack. He's also ready to go. And there are, of course, no Polish troops on the border, since the Polish defenses are further up north.
Yeah, and Yugoslavia just joined the Axis as well. So now we have the Balkan Bros banana split, as the tactic is so beautifully called. We'll be taking Poland.
Yeah, the reason you don't see the Bulgarian or Yugoslavian troops up on the border just yet is that we have a rule against pre-placing. But I think
you can pre-place if you are in a faction. Maybe not.
I'm not sure. The Yugoslavian Marines are moving up, but now they're moving back again. Maybe someone told him you can't pre-place.
Yeah,
you see him moving down again.
Yeah, definitely. He got told.
Yeah, but so they will have to wait until the war starts before they can move up to the border.
I'm looking at this, like Poland is not prepared for the Balkan Bros banana split. Like everything is here.
But I think that's the Polish strategy, though. Like they're going for they're going for a defense around Warsaw, which they won't capitulate before they lose Warsaw. So
yeah, I think, how long do we think Poland will last? I do not. I mean, it depends on the Balkan boys, because Germany has made it quite clear that they intend to go France very early. They just leave Poland to the Balkans and they just steamroll France earlier. And if they need help in Poland, then it can disrupt it quite some, and it will take longer. But
yeah, we just saw that Germany, they've taken another focus before Danzig War.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the war is pushed back a month or so. We had another desync. We should make it into a drinking game.
yeah, every time
Take a shot every time you have a desync. That would get us drunk.
It's always Albania, Greece, and I crashed.
And you. Okay, we'll see what happens if we do a rehost. That's probably what happens. Let's see. Though that was all of the Balkan bros, because we don't have an Albania, I think, right?
No, we don't have an Albania. Yeah,
we have an Albania.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's the guy getting these things all the time, right?
Is he?
Yeah, Saye.
No, Sergej is playing Mongolia.
Oh, yeah. True.
Albania is right. It's Anton. Anton is playing with us for the very first time. This is his first game with us, and I don't think he has too many hours in Hearts of Iron. And Albania is probably the perfect country for him then, because it's the smallest Axis country that we have, and a good beginners country. We welcome players of all skill levels in our community. It's not just about being the best. As long as you're a good guy, you're fine with us.
Indeed. We have some demands in chat to interview Poland.
Yeah, let's try to get Poland in here. I think we have the time. And in the meantime, I will restart my games.
Yeah. So
maybe clear the cache and all of those rituals as well.
Yeah. And your turn, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'll just do the same thing while we wait.
Right, we haven't checked Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and so on. So we're gonna check in on them later as well. But first, Poland. Let's see. I'm just gonna clear user directory. It's one of these blowing the cassette of the Nintendo, and you need to re-enable the mod.
Yeah, we have a question: how to join the community? The thing is, we have a lot of players. At the moment, so we are not really taking in new guys at the moment, but we do have like the Blitz games, the Let's Prepare games, so like send us a message and we'll take it into consideration.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do Poland after lunch.
Okay. Did I forget to activate the mods? The screenshots are looking different.
Maybe.
Yeah, I did. This is different.
Don't be the last one in again.
Yeah, it's
they will lynch us.
I will hurry. Let's see here. Quit and
I'm a bit curious of who we have in chat. Where are you guys from? The people watching. Just type down your country maybe in the chat and we can see. And we have a question here when we will break for lunch. We will do that as soon as Danzig War finishes. So it will probably be Germany's next focus. So depending on how many desyncs we get until that, it should be pretty soon. And we will start the lunch break with an interview with Paradox.
Yeah, definitely. And also during the lunch break, we will look into the different desync things. So probably it will go a lot smoother after the lunch.
And I think it's like you say, usually it gets better after the China war is done for some reason.
Yeah, I do have that feeling. I mean, it might just be voodoo on my part, but I do get the feeling that China war desyncs us because it's just so many AI troops just.
Yeah, might be it. It's above our pay grade.
Yeah, 500 megabit up down. So
it should not be the connection. Let's see now. Did we get any responses in the chat where people are from? Okay, we have quite the mix here. We have people from Finland, from Ireland, from the US, from Germany, from Södermalm in Stockholm, and from Halmstad, our hometown.
Yeah, best town.
We have representation from all the most important parts of the world.
Yeah, Halmstad, Yes Municipality of the Year 2018.
Oh, the yes?
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said 10 o'clock is saying that Victor is right, can't tell the reason, but we often have a heap of D6 during the China War, and when LAN starts, they are generally over.
Another Halmstad person, excellent. Excellent. They might be military people. We have a lot of our players are military men from Halmstad.
Yeah, it's good because then they have IRL knowledge of warfare.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, I'm not joining.
Right.
Why do they have a limit of 32 people? That's weird.
Yeah, so I am in now, so we can start looking, and it is moving on here. I'm just going to look at the German Reich here, see what they are. Yeah, it's Danzig War now. So we are just plowing through this now. We have another desync, but it's just 5 days until the war, and then we go for lunch, and then we'll fix this.
Yeah, we may break for lunch before the focus is done. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yeah, we might as well wait at this point, but I'm not the boss, so...
Yeah, we're just the streamers. We don't control the hosts.
No, we're just sitting here in our little studio drinking beer.
Drinking beer, cheers.
Cheers.
And cheers to you guys in the stream joining us.
Indeed.
It's a nice Saturday afternoon.
Indeed.
And it's beer o'clock.
Kippis.
Kippis to our Finnish viewer. Prost to our German viewer. Cheers to our American viewer. And Irish. Sorry.
Yeah.
Slante.
Slante.
That in Gaelic.
Ah, okay. Do the Irish have a... I thought they just said cheers.
Oof.
Oh.
Oof, we're about to get cancelled.
I'm not... Yeah.
About to get cancelled.
Do they say something else in Ireland?
Slante. How's my pronunciation, Irish person?
Yeah, Slante for Ireland, he said. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, and we have Danzig War done, so... I wonder what the response will be from Poland. Will they cede Danzig?
Will they cede Danzig? It's the eternal question. Yeah, we got our own language, he says here. Very ignorant of you.
Yeah. I know they had their own language. I did actually know that.
And you could have guessed that the word cheers is in the Irish language.
Yeah, also. Yeah, true.
Poland refuses the German ultimatum.
Oh no, war in Europe.
What will this mean for Poland?
It's very interesting, and we will hear it after the lunch, when the Polish player will tell us.
We're still not at
We're still
war.
not.
Still not paused. The
We
German
will see
troops
here.
are moving over to the Polish border.
Yeah, we see here they are amassing
What
around
about the
Poznan.
Balkan Bros?
Yeah, the
Are
Balkan
they doing
Bros.
their part?
Yeah, I think the Balkan banana split is
They are
starting
set to go.
and we have the Yugoslavs ready as well.
It seems
I do think the Romanians are a bit in the southern side, but
no, but they still have.
yeah, they are going here.
And they have some troops over in Hungary as well. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
Oh, yeah.
But who cares?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not,
at
not
this
a big
point,
thing.
yeah.
So they're setting up, and we are paused.
No, we are
Yeah.
no, we are not.
There we are.
There we
German
are.
Reich has declared
War in Europe.
war in Europe. How will this end? You will see after the lunch break. But first, we have a member from Paradox here visiting us at our event, and we will interview him for a quick bit before we break for lunch. So,
Yeah,
me, you.
Yeah, you have the
Okay.
questions in the spreadsheet, so you can be the main Paradox interviewer.
So, welcome to Erik from Paradox. Hello, and welcome.
Thank you.
So, what is your name and what is your job at Paradox?
My name is Eric. I'm the community manager for HOI4, Stellaris, and the new game Millennia. So I handle all the social media channels and assist with marketing the actual game.
Right, you just announced Millennia like just a couple of days ago, right?
2 days ago now.
2 days, yeah, a couple of days. Perfect. And what game is that?
It's a fourth game similar to Civilization, but alternate history. So why not add some aliens in there, or build underwater, or ether in the sky?
Wow.
We like their old history.
But you're going like from Stone Age to hyper future.
Yeah, so it's 10,000 years. You start in Stone Age and you go all the way to kind of like 2100, kind of.
Okay.
Over there.
Interesting. And there's also a new expansion for Hearts of Iron coming soon.
Yes, Arms Against Tyranny.
Yeah, which will bring focus trees to Finland and Sweden, I know.
Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway will have the main focus trees.
Okay.
And then we'll have the two features, international markets, and military industrial organizations, which is a very long name.
Like a month straight.
Nice. And yeah, we got some T-shirts yesterday that look really fly with the moose or the reindeer horns and everything. Really cool. You were also talking about the new concept that you're launching, Frontlines.
Yes, so Frontlines is something we've been working on for a while now. It's sort of a multiplayer framework for esports, for allowing people to more easily create events and find players outside of just going to Discord. It's like, hey, does anyone want to play? So you can more easily schedule larger events like this one, for example, find people and take it from there. We have different tiers that help will help you in different tiers. So we have Chevron, Bar, and Star, depending on the size of your event. And with that will help you with like social media, will give you merch, keys. The idea is to promote and support the multiplayer, because even though single player is the main aspect of the game, we do love multiplayer, so we want to try to find more ways of supporting that.
So is this like your baby as the community manager?
Yes,
yeah. Interesting. Yeah, and I saw you had our event on the list there.
Yeah, I added it in 2 days ago, I think.
Very nice.
As a launch just last Tuesday.
And what other kinds of events do you have coming up?
I think this year what we have so far is the creator Tommy K is holding his second international as the primary event of the year.
Right.
So he'll be running a 3-month-long league into the big grand finale, which we will supporting.
In the 1-on-1 or 2-on-2
I believe
mod,
he'll be using the 1-on-1 CIC mod from Speed 5.
Right. Cool.
And out of I think there are a few smaller events already signed up. I have so many events I have to go through now.
But that's nice though.
Yeah, it's really fun to see people wanting to do it, and hopefully it'll inspire other people who aren't already doing it to do it.
Yeah, and it feels pretty unique too. I mean, the game's been out since 2016, and you didn't see that many events like the first few years. So like,
no, it's really
like you organized some in Paradox, but like the community organized events, that seems like it's really grown lately.
I think community-driven events really started off around 2020 and then started growing exponentially faster from there, largely due to help from the community starting to grow just around the multiplayer of the game instead of single player, as well as traders such as Dankus, Tommy, Boko, and really pumping up the multiplayer aspect of it.
Right. Yeah. So when is Victoria 4 coming out?
I have no idea. Hopefully never right now.
That's what you guys said about Vicky 3, and then suddenly it was there.
True. You did ask for like almost 10 years of like Vicky 3 1.
We did do that. Let me see if I missed a question, or if we have some from the stream. Where do I have it? Somewhere on my huge screen. Yeah, I think that was all the questions I had for you, and let's see if we have anything in the chat here. Please tell me Sweden gets a Sell Out Norway event.
Yes.
It's confirmed. Yeah. There will be a Sell Out Norway event.
Pretty
and we have a request here. Please address the desync problems to the best game studio. Yeah.
I can say that in Omsian's journey, we haven't updated the game since before summer, and we have been working a lot on improving multiplayer and performance. So currently in our latest stress test, we only had Wine Crash with like 60 users.
Right.
And the game overall has improved speed as well, so we have a higher tick rate, so the game will move faster, will have less these things and less crashes.
Nice. Yeah, just like from experience, this is nothing. We've seen worse.
I have seen worse myself.
Yeah, and we also have like a mod going on, and so that might affect the performance.
Slightly, yes, depending on how well they made the mod.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that was. Will there be any achievements for playing mods?
Achievements for playing mods? Not on Steam. I think they're referring to, I believe, Victoria, as you can do achievements while playing mods, so you don't need Iron Man mode on.
Oh, right.
We won't be doing that in Omsia's Tyranny. Of course, you have the in-game career, where so modders can add their own achievements in-game through the career profiles. So you could do that if you want to.
Okay.
But currently, there's no plans to making Iron Man mode not required for it.
Right. Is this a playthrough with Arms Against Tyranny active? No, it's not. That's not out for another month or so?
About 3 weeks, yeah.
3 weeks, okay.
That's
so in
good.
3 weeks you will get a bunch of new contents for the Nordic countries, and yeah, exciting.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see what people think about it.
And we're very honored that you joined us here today, and yeah, we're looking forward to a great war this afternoon.
I wonder who's gonna win. Maybe the Ashes, maybe
Yeah, do you have
Ireland.
any predictions from what you've gleaned so far?
I think Albania will capitulate first.
Really?
But I think the Allies will win.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, they do seem to be the more prepared team.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of printed out Excel sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
But after lunch now, I'll be going over to the Access house and seeing how they're doing. Maybe they have some things up their sleeve.
They are strong players, so you shouldn't count them out too early. I think they can still win this. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And with this, we will be breaking for lunch. No, not yet.
We have a trailer.
We have a trailer.
That is true. We did make a trailer for Frontlines, and I'm happy to show you too.
Yes. So we will go to the trailer, and then we will break for lunch. So.
Like a month straight. I've been working like 12 hours a day.
This is something I'm arranging personally by myself. I want everyone to understand how hard it is to organize these things. It's just us. If something goes wrong, bear with it.
A HOI4 tournament organized in like a World Cup style.
Continental Smash Tournament.
Yes, and thank you to Paradox, and that's a very neat looking trailer. We are looking forward to interacting with the Frontline system, and we think it's a very good thing to bring esports in HOI4 to a wider audience. And with that, we are breaking for lunch here. We will have a 20-minute break, and we will turn off this stream and then start a new one on the same channel in order to do some technical preparations and stuff. So if you do not want to just sit here and wait for us to start again after we've eaten, you can just press the follow, and you will get a notification when we're back. And don't forget to subscribe and follow our YouTube channel as well. And we will be back for the war.
On the YouTube channel, you have some tutorials and smaller clips that you can watch while you're waiting. And please give us a follow there as well, or subscribe. It's called on YouTube.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in a bit.